Chapter 1547. Within the heaven-defying faction, Divine Kingdom. The three god eyes faced off against the Heaven Lord. It's over. Die. The divine punishment god's expression was indifferent, his tone cold. Haha, even if the heaven-defying faction is doomed, you can't kill me. The Heaven Lord savagely smiled. As long as he didn't die, it wouldn't end. Whoosh! The Heavenly Master waved his hand, and a golden saber appeared in his hand. It was covered in ancient runes and exuded an astonishing aura. It was like a peerless expert, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Shao Chen activated it slightly, and the golden light on it flickered, piercing through the world. Everything in the vicinity was instantly pierced through and turned to dust. Perfect law of metal! The Life Sovereign was slightly startled. Those who possess perfected laws were typically godly monarchs, but this weapon possessed such powerful laws. Coupled with the ancient aura it exuded and the shocking battle intent in its attack, it proved that it was definitely not ordinary. This was an ancestral artifact. Ancestral artifact, Xingtian. The divine punishment Hegemen recognized this ancestral artifact. Ancestral artifact Xingtian was the ancestral artifact of the divine martial clan during the primeval era. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. The space-time sovereign was secretly alarmed. In the immemorial era, there was an unprecedented war between gods and devils. Countless experts died, and even true ancestral items were destroyed. Those that survived were few and far between. The Heaven Lord possessed such a powerful ancestral artifact, but he had not taken it out at the start. From this, one could see just how patient he was. This was because if he revealed an ancestral artifact, it would definitely attract the attention of other god kings and even hegemons. Even if there was no enmity between them, they would still covet the ancestral artifact and try to steal it. But at this critical moment, the Heaven Lord couldn't worry about such things and took out the ancestral artifact, Xingtian. Within the heaven-defying factions, Divine Kingdom, a wave of metal laws pierced through, and the members of both sides fighting within the Divine Kingdom felt a stabbing pain in their divine bodies and souls. And this was still within the Divine Kingdom. If they were outside, who knew what would happen? Has the Lord of Heaven already used that trump card? The Right Guardian's expression darkened. It seems that the heaven-defying faction has reached a dead end. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. You guys kill him. The Right Protector gave the order and left the place. Right now, he didn't have the time to deal with Zhao Feng. He needed to move his divine kingdom and leave the battlefield. In addition, the heaven-defying faction was in a dangerous situation, so they needed to make other plans. Therefore, he could only control the heavenly kingdom and the samsara immortal body to kill Zhao Feng. A mere level 2 peak actually wants me to take action. A blue-haired old man exuding a piercingly cold aura was slightly interested in Zhao Feng. The blue-haired old man was the God King's samsara immortal body. Beside him were 2 third heavenly layer samsara immortal bodies and many first and second heavenly layer samsara immortal bodies. Come out. Zhao Feng opened the passage to his god kingdom and released all of his subordinates and avatars. Against so many people, Zhao Feng naturally would not be careless. Moreover, they were in the middle of a great war, and this was the perfect opportunity to exterminate the heaven-defying faction. Swish, 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 figure after figure leapt out of the Divine Kingdom passage. There were even more of them than the Right Protector's samsara immortal bodies. Of course, Zhao Feng's subordinates were inferior to the samsara immortal bodies in terms of cultivation. Oh, kid, you have so many helpers. The crystalline robe's tone softened a little. In the previous situation against so many experts, Zhao Feng would undoubtedly die, and it would once again be controlled by the heaven-defying faction. But now that Zhao Feng had called out so many helpers, there was a chance that he could escape. Junior, die! The blue-haired old man roared. An astonishing snowstorm erupted from his body, immediately plunging the surroundings into a world of ice and snow. "Kid, run!" The crystalline robe immediately shouted. It was only a divine weapon. Without anyone controlling it, it could not contend against a God King expert. And Xiao Feng was only at the peak second heavenly layer and had not obtained its recognition. Even if he refined it, he would not be able to use much of the pseudo-ancestral artifact's power. Why run? Fight! Xiao Feng bellowed, releasing vast primal chaos energy as he charged forward. What? The crystalline robe was extremely shocked. It had thought that Xiao Feng had sent his subordinates to buy time for them to escape, but it turned out that Xiao Feng was preparing for a direct battle. Primal chaos domain. Xiao Feng released vast primal chaos energy, forming a dark and chaotic primal chaos domain. Because his opponent was a God King, Xiao Feng had shrunk the size of the primal chaos domain to strengthen himself. Otherwise, a God King could easily break through the primal chaos domain. Die. The blue-haired old man waved his hand, sending a giant snowstorm descending. At this moment, Xiao Feng felt like a mountain of ice was crashing down, its momentum shaking the heavens. A powerful law of ice affected the world. Even with Xiao Feng's primal chaos energy, Xiao Feng was greatly affected. Die. Xiao Feng gripped the primal chaos ancestral artifact fragment, condensed a massive primal chaos tribulation lightning sword and slashed. Last time, he had been powerless to stop the purgatory sacred land's God King Charflame, but after cultivating under the guidance of the divine punishment god, his strength had undergone a massive transformation. Facing a God King again, Xiao Feng did not feel much pressure. Boom! Bang! The primal chaos tribulation lightning sword fiercely clashed with the snowstorm, sending shockwaves of energy to both sides. Xiao Feng's hands trembled as he felt a bone-chilling cold. As expected, he's not simple. The blue-haired elder gave a mocking smile, not minding it. Xiao Feng's attack just now had been extremely powerful, enough to contend against him. However, the difference in cultivation was too great. His perfected ice law gave him an enormous advantage. Is the difference in laws too great? Xiao Feng had also noticed this. Even though he had a space-time law and a lightning law, he was still at a disadvantage against a perfected ice law. At this moment, "Kid, I'll lend you a hand." The crystalline robe transformed into a dark silver light that wrapped around Xiao Feng's body. It had been prepared to escape alone, but Xiao Feng's strength had caused it to view him in a different light. Moreover, it also deeply resented the heaven-defying faction. If it could deal a heavy blow to the heaven-defying faction, it would be extremely willing. Thus, it decided to help Xiao Feng. A perfected space law immediately emerged. Although it was not very stable, it was truly a perfected law. Because Xiao Feng had not refined the pseudo-ancestral artifact, he could only borrow an extremely small portion of the robe's law energy. This was more than enough for Xiao Feng. Okay, Xiao Feng rejoiced as he once more stared the God King's samsara immortal body. Pseudo-ancestral artifact. The blue-haired elder's eyes flashed with cold light. Not even he had a pseudo-ancestral artifact when he was alive, but now a peak second heaven god lord was able to obtain the favor of a pseudo-ancestral artifact. The right protector, through the vision of his samsara immortal body, had a complete understanding of the battle. He dispatched a third heaven god lord to join the blue-haired elder in dealing with Xiao Feng. Go! Xiao Feng called out. The black destruction dragon, his clones, the little thieving cat, and the powerful ancient beasts of the dream divine kingdom all entered the fray. Ice extinguishing god slash. The blue-haired elder unleashed a bone-chilling cold that shot toward Xiao Feng. With a wave of his hand, ice energy condensed into a crystalline slash of light that slashed down. Bzzz. Xiao Feng borrowed a sliver of his perfected space law from the crystalline robe and swung the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. The gigantic lightning sword light slash instantly rushed out and slashed at the ice crystal light slash. Bang! The two energies shattered, and the ice law was smoothly blocked by Zhao Feng's law. This time, Zhao Feng and the blue-haired elder were evenly matched. At this moment, a third heaven immortal body in the rear launched a sneak attack on Zhao Feng. Broom! An astonishing giant axe of thunder and lightning charged at him in an instant. Hey, relax! I'm a defensive-type pseudo-ancestral artifact. The crystalline robe wrapped around Zhao Feng chuckled. Although Zhao Feng couldn't use much of its power, the defensive capabilities of the pseudo-ancestral artifact were still extremely outstanding. Zhao Feng nodded and used his primal chaos domain to obstruct and restrict this lightning energy. In the end, the crystalline robe easily blocked the rest of the lightning attack, leaving Zhao Feng completely unharmed. Primal Chaos Lightning Eye. As he blocked this attack, Zhao Feng attacked, his left eye forming a Tribulation Lightning Sword Seal. Kakrak! A wave of Primal Chaos Tribulation Lightning energy suddenly exploded on the blue-haired elder's body, leaving behind a large hole. Although the blue-haired elder was a samsara immortal body and had an undying body, his soul was still suffering from severe pain, seeking death. The blue-haired elder was enraged. He waved his palms again and again, creating mountains of ice that crushed down on Zhao Feng. Boom! Bang! Crash! The primal chaos tribulation lightning sword swiftly slashed out, shattering several mountains of ice. But an endless storm of ice, mixed with enormous chunks of ice, continued to explode. Primal chaos lightning vortex. Zhao Feng used the energy of the primal chaos domain to form the primal chaos lightning vortex. Boom! Bang! Crash! The storm of ice and snow bombarded the primal chaos lightning vortex, damaging it in just a few moments. However, the interior of the primal chaos lightning vortex was the defensive layer of the pseudo-ancestral artifact. Brett, not bad. I acknowledge your strength. The crystalline robe heartily laughed. Deish! Zhao Feng charged forward, his primal chaos tribulation lightning sword clashing with the blue-haired elder. With a sliver of the pseudo-ancestral artifact's perfected space law, Zhao Feng's speed had doubled, allowing him to dodge some of the more powerful attacks. Adding on the pseudo-ancestral artifact and defensive techniques, his defenses were not too big of a problem. As for the third heaven samsara immortal body, Zhao Feng completely ignored it. Samsara immortal bodies were definitely more difficult to deal with than true humans because they were undying, but without their original bloodline, their overall strength was slightly weaker than when they were alive. Ah! The blue-haired elder howled. The pseudo-ancestral artifact was one of the reasons he couldn't do anything to this second heaven brat, but he had to admit that Zhao Feng was extremely strong. Boom! Bang! Crash! Zhao Feng and the blue-haired elder exchanged several hundred blows, but neither side had the upper hand. But if one looked closely, the blue-haired elder was indeed injured more, as Zhao Feng's primal chaos lightning eye could not be dodged. However, the blue-haired elder was a samsara immortal body, and his body was undying and indestructible. Zhao Feng had never thought of killing a god king. Without the help of the pseudo-ancestral artifact, he would have to use all his trump cards to have a chance of contending with a god king. Although he couldn't do anything to the blue-haired elder, as a peak second heaven expert, it was a great humiliation for a god king to be able to injure a god king. Chapter 1548. Within the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, the fires of war raged. The members of the life-sacred land had long ago invaded the interior of the Divine Kingdom, and the heaven-defying faction was gradually forced into a defensive position. Because this was the heaven-defying faction's territory, there were many heavens, legacy arrays, war weapons, and traps. The heaven-defying faction still had the ability to resist. Boom! Bang! In the center of the heaven-defying faction, Zhao Feng and his subordinates were engaged in a fierce battle with the Right Protector's samsara immortal body. Ah! the blue-haired old man roared again and again. As he waved his palms, a snowstorm swept through the world. However, with the protection of the pseudo-ancestral artifact, as long as Zhao Feng was not injured by the blue-haired elder's lethal attack, he would be fine. Chaos lightning eyes. Zhao Feng activated his left eye, gathering primal chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy. Boom! A thunder tribulation sword seal exploded on the blue-haired old man's body, creating a huge hole. As a samsara immortal body, the blue-haired old man's injuries healed rapidly. However, his soul was injured. However, as a God-King powerhouse, the blue-haired old man's soul was extremely powerful. If it had been an ordinary third firmament cultivator, they would have been severely injured if not killed by Zhao Feng's chaotic lightning eyes. Thousand Ice Seal. The blue-haired old man's expression was sinister and ruthless. Even if he died and became a samsara immortal body, he would not be able to endure the humiliation of being repeatedly injured by a level 2 expert. Wang hu. The space around Zhao Feng suddenly became cold. The ice and snowstorm in the air suddenly froze and gathered towards the center. As for Zhao Feng, he sensed that the temperature was dropping. Even with the protection of the pseudo-ancestral artifact, he still felt a bone-chilling cold. It seemed that the blue-haired old man had already given it his all. The boundless ice gathered around Zhao Feng, as if it wanted to bury him forever. Dream projection. The dream origin in Zhao Feng's left eye surged with a dazzling luster. In an instant, he created a dream and merged it with the surrounding space. Under the influence of dream force, Zhao Feng's abilities were multiplied in all aspects. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A powerful thunder tribulation energy was released, fusing with the primal chaos domain around him. With a thought, the energy of the entire primal chaos domain surged, clashing with the surrounding ice. Of course, this wasn't enough to block the blue-haired old man's all-out attack. Zhao Feng clenched his hand, and several chaos lightning tribulation swords instantly formed in his chaos domain. With a wave of his hand, all the chaos thunder tribulation swords shot out in all directions. Gradually, the power of the ice around him weakened, and Zhao Feng wiped it away bit by bit. Dream path power. The blue-haired old man gnashed his teeth in anger. He had seen dream path power before. Dream path cultivators were extraordinarily powerful in their own dream realm power. Otherwise, even with the protection of the pseudo-ancestral artifact, Zhao Feng would still be completely frozen by this attack. In the underground base, the right protector observed the blue-haired old man's battle situation and couldn't help but sigh. Even ordinary godly monarchs can't do anything to him anymore. As a samsara immortal body, the blue-haired old man was undying and extremely difficult to deal with. However, he had lost his original divine body and the boost of his bloodline energy, so his abilities had dropped in all aspects. Zhao Feng also knew this. His battle with the blue-haired old man wasn't difficult, but if it were the illusion god race's god king Nethercloud or the left protector, he would probably find it very difficult to deal with them. These two were outstanding godly monarchs. However, Zhao Feng was only treating the blue-haired old man as a training target. Once he reached the third heaven, he would probably be able to contend against top-class godly monarchs like God King Nethercloud. Boom! Bang! Crash! The two fiercely clashed for several hundred moves, but neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, the Life-Sacred Land Army had broken through the heaven-defying faction's defenses and was attacking the central island. Retreat! The left protector and right protector piloted two black gold warships, carrying their members, and chose to retreat. If they couldn't even defend against their own divine kingdom, there was no point in continuing to fight. Humph! The blue-haired old man snorted, viciously glaring at Zhao Feng as he reluctantly retreated. The other samsara immortal bodies also began to flee. Zhao Feng did not pursue. After all, samsara immortal bodies were far too difficult to kill. On the other hand, although the heaven-defying faction had retreated, it had probably left quite a few treasures behind that they hadn't been able to move. The majority of the life-sacred land army left in pursuit, while a small number remained in the heavens' legacy race divine kingdom. The heaven-defying faction is doomed. The crystalline robe sighed. He hadn't expected for the powerful heaven-defying faction to face such a day. But their opponents were three god-eye deities, so there was nothing they could do about it. I wonder if the three god-eyes can kill the Heaven Lord. Zhao Feng mentally muttered to himself. As long as the Heaven Lord wasn't dead, he would never be able to rest easy, although no god had ever died since the 8 great god-eyes were born. But if 3 gods work together, they should be able to kill a god. The sky above the heaven-defying faction, divine kingdom, was dark. Die. The Heaven Lord gripped the ancestral artifact Xingtian and swung it down, unleashing a dazzling beam of golden light that seemed capable of cleaving the world in two. In the face of such a powerful Heaven Lord, the 3 god-eye deities chose to retreat. In terms of attack power, none of them could compare to the Heaven Lord, but they were still rather confident in their ability to kill him. After all, they had 3 god-eyes working together, and they could exhaust the Heaven Lord to death. Tens of millions of li away, 3 figures were hidden in the void. Is the heaven-defying faction really that strong? Not even the 3 god-eyes working together could kill it. A curvaceous woman in a dark, purple dress chuckled. Kiki, the 3 of them have probably sensed our presence and don't plan on fighting to the death with the Heaven Lord. They want to exhaust the owner of the heavenly Tao God to death with low casualties. The death god wickedly chuckled. Are they afraid that we'll just sit back and reap the benefits? An elder in a luxurious golden robe softly said, I believe that it's better for us to attack, lest the heaven's legacy race member escape. Besides, in a direct battle, the 3 of us are stronger. The woman faintly smiled. The 3 of them were the death god, the destruction god, and the samsara god. The destruction god and death god were extremely powerful, but the samsara god had a samsara immortal body, making her even more difficult to deal with. In terms of fighting power, the 3 of them truly did have the advantage. The divine punishment god had the life god, who was more skilled in attrition and protracted battles. That's fine. This Xingtian is an ancestral artifact that suits my taste. The destruction god's eyes flashed with sharp light as he appeared determined to win. Okay, let's do it, the death god sternly said. According to his scouts, the heaven-defying faction had already fallen into a disadvantageous position in the divine kingdom and was forced to retreat. He was more interested in the heaven's legacy race's research, especially the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. He could not let anyone else get it first. After finishing their discussion, the 3 god-eye deities vanished. On the god battlefield, the world was shattered and forbidden storms were blowing everywhere. Even a second heaven god, Lord, would die if they weren't careful. Boom! Bang! Crash! The Heaven Lord's attacks were invincible, forcing the 3 god-eyes to retreat. You can't kill me, so why don't we just drop the matter? The Heaven's legacy race is willing to compensate. The Heaven Lord proposed to the 3 god-eyes. He seemed powerful, but he was fighting against 3 god-eye deities, especially one with a life god-eye. Victory was practically impossible. The divine punishment god frowned. If they weren't on guard against the other god-eyes hiding in the shadows, the 3 of them would have already heavily injured the Heaven Lord. Suddenly, the 3 god-eye deities grimaced. At this moment, a resounding and tyrannical voice resounded. Haha, you want to drop the matter? If you dare to touch one of the 8 great god-eyes, you'll have to pay with your life. In a flash of golden light, a golden-robed elder appeared. Swish! A stooped and gloomy old man appeared beside him. Behind the 2 of them was a woman with an enchanting figure and light footsteps. She slowly walked forward. And here I thought that the 3 of you would continue hiding like turtles. The The space-time god sneered. It's just that you're too useless. 3 against 1, and you still can't end the battle. We'll have to step in. The death god sinisterly laughed. At this moment, 6 of the 8 great god eyes had appeared. The entire world was twisted and oppressive. Haha, I didn't think that 6 god-eye deities would appear together. The Heaven Lord suddenly laughed. The 6 god-eye deities turned to the Heaven Lord. They were forced to admit that this man was truly powerful, but the Heaven Lord's actions made him an enemy of the 8 great god eyes. In the era of the 8 great god eyes, the Heaven Lord was bound to lose. Although I can't obtain the origins of the 8 great god eyes and fuse them with the heavenly Tao ancestral eye, taking 6 god-eye deities down with me isn't bad. The Heaven Lord's origin energy began to burn. Do you have any other trump cards? The space-time god's eyes flashed as he swiftly retreated. The other gods warily backed away, but they still stared at the Heaven Lord. Reversal. The Heaven Lord immediately activated his heavenly Tao God Eye, causing the entire world to reverse. The retreating gods began to approach the Heaven Lord, but this effect lasted only a moment. The 6 gods turned around and retreated once more. Explode! The Heaven Lord suddenly slapped his other hand on the ancestral artifact, Heaven Punishment, unleashing a terrifying metal law energy that shook the world. You're crazy. You actually detonated the ancestral artifact. The destruction god bellowed in shock. He had taken a liking to this ancestral artifact, but the Heaven Lord actually wanted to destroy it before his death? Although he was reluctant, the destruction god had no choice but to retreat. The explosion of an ancestral artifact was no joke. Die. The Heaven Lord gave a despairing smile, and even the origin energy in his body began to burn. Boom! Bang! The ancestral artifact, Xingtian, exploded, and a world-shaking power spread out. Heaven and earth shattered, shattering inch by inch. Everything turned into ashes. The distant heaven, defying faction Divine Kingdom, also suffered a massive impact. The remaining people in the Divine Kingdom sensed that something was wrong. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Zhao Feng's left eye began to pulse, warning Zhao Feng. Let's get out of here first. Zhao Feng put all his subordinates into the ancient dream realm and fled with the pseudo-ancestral artifact. In the outside world, the world was in chaos and terrifying storms were wreaking havoc. What happened? Zhao Feng retreated in shock, near the explosion of the ancestral artifact. The clothes of the 6 god-eye deities were in tatters, and their expressions were wretched. Trying to run? The 6 hegemons chased after him. They could sense that the Heaven Lord had not died, that he had fled before the ancestral artifact detonated. He actually destroyed an ancestral item. The destruction sovereign had a venomous look on his face. Can't we escape? The Heaven Lord's face was ghastly pale as he sighed. Although he had detonated his ancestral artifact, he had not been able to kill the 6 god eyes, only push them back. However, the Heaven Lord had also been heavily injured. The 6 hegemons closed in at high speed. Ah! The Heaven Lord roared. With a wave of his hand, the distant heaven, defying faction, Divine Kingdom, flew toward him. Since you are so stubborn, then let's die together. The Heaven Lord's face was filled with despair and madness. Buzz! In his body, origin energy burned, and a terrifying power brewed. The heaven-defying faction's god nation also came to his side. Not good. The 6 gods who had just gotten close to the Heaven Lord realized that something was wrong. Let's die together! Destructive energy erupted from the Heaven Lord's body. The Heaven Lord also detonated the heaven-defying faction, Divine Kingdom. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion resounded through the world, obliterating everything. Chapter 1549. This explosion was like the source of destruction, devouring everything in the world. All of the Xiling zone could feel the tremor. Zhao Feng wasn't even at the edge of the explosion, but he was still pushed back several thousand li by the shockwaves. If not for the defense of the pseudo-ancestral artifact, he would have lost a layer of skin. Boom! The power of the explosion continued to spread, exuding a dreadful ancient forbidden energy that devoured all. How terrifying! Zhao Feng's heart palpitated in fear. Even a normal third heaven god lord at the edge of the explosion would be doomed. It was hard to imagine just what had happened in a battle between gods. But when Zhao Feng left the divine kingdom, he sensed the energy of the 6 god eyes, so he speculated that the heaven lord would fail. On the other side, the fleeing heavens legacy race members and the pursuing life sacred land members were all trembling in fear. Fortunately, they had left the divine kingdom and distanced themselves from the battlefield of gods. Otherwise, they really would have become cannon fodder for the gods. Of course, there were quite a few people left in the heaven-defying faction divine kingdom, and since the divine kingdom was at the center of the explosion, they had completely vanished from the world. Kaboom! The storm did not disperse for a long time. Near the center of the explosion, cough, cough. This scoundrel actually detonated his divine kingdom and even burned his origin energy. A dissatisfied voice rang out as a golden-robed elder appeared. The Heaven Lord's origin energy was the energy of the ancient race. One could easily imagine the power of that terrifying, explosive divine power to create an explosion. Moreover, the heaven-defying faction divine kingdom itself was an enormous treasury. It contained many heavens' legacy arrays and mechanical devices, as well as the bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. If all of these things exploded, the power they would produce would be unimaginable. How dangerous! He almost killed me. Another resentful female voice rang out. It's all thanks to your samsara immortal bodies. Otherwise, our situation would have been even worse. The death god's figure gradually appeared, his face pale. They had been rather close to the Heaven Lord at the time of the explosion, so they were in extreme danger. Fortunately, the samsara god's many samsara immortal bodies blocked the way, blocking part of the explosion's power and buying them time to escape. But even so, their injuries were severe, and their god-eye origins had been ravaged. After all, they had been injured by the self-detonation of the ancestral artifact, Xingtian. Not far behind. I can't believe the 3 of you are still alive. A disdainful voice rang out as the space-time hegemon and the other 2 hegemons appeared. From the looks of the 3 of them, their situation was not much better. Although the space-time ruler had the advantage of speed, she hadn't been able to get very far. Their defensive measures were far inferior to the samsara ruler's human wall of samsara immortal bodies. Hee, you're not dead yet. How could I go first? The destruction chief sovereign's gaze turned cold, and he countered with equal harshness. Let's go. He's not dead yet. We must kill him. The divine punishment god snorted and vanished in a bolt of lightning. The space-time sovereign and the life sovereign moved out as well. At the moment of the explosion, all 6 god eyes sensed that the Heaven Lord had fled. But in order to increase the power of the explosion, the Heaven Lord had burned a great deal of origin energy, having his strength. The Heaven Lord himself could not have been able to avoid the explosion in time. Of course, this wasn't the only time. The Heaven Lord had also been affected by the explosion of the ancestral artifact. Thus, the Heaven Lord was probably extremely weak at this time. As the Heaven Lord fled, the 6 god eyes sensed the Heaven Lord's weakening energy. Something's wrong. The death god's pitch-black eyes flashed with a strange light. Based on the conjectures of the god eyes, the Heaven Lord truly was extremely weak at this time. Any god could easily kill him, but the divine punishment god and the space-time sovereign were clearly heavily injured, and their origins had been injured. Instead of letting the life sovereign heal them, they were in such a rush to pursue. This made him feel extremely strange at this moment. Aren't you curious as to why the 3 of them are in such a rush to kill the Heaven Lord? The samsara god I gave a strange and bewitching smile. Oh, what secret is there? The destruction god grimaced. I have my samsara immortal bodies in the life-sacred land army. Before the divine kingdom exploded, they discovered an astonishing secret while searching the divine kingdom. God-Eye owners and God-Eye descendants might be able to obtain the power of the heavenly Tao God I by killing the Heaven Lord. The Samsara God explained everything in one go. The Heaven Lord could kill God-Eyes and obtain their God-Eye origins, allowing him to complete his final plan of creating the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. On the other hand, God-Eye deities could kill the Heaven Lord and obtain the power of the heavenly Tao God-Eye, perhaps even realizing this plan. This also meant that the Heaven Lord was not the only one who could fuse with the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. Anyone else could, as long as they obtained the power of the heavenly Tao God Eye. What? The death god grimaced, his ghastly and savage face appearing sinister and terrifying. The power of the heavenly Tao ancestral eye? The destruction god's mind was stunned. If they, who had God eyes, killed the Heaven Lord and obtained this power, just how powerful would their God eyes become? The Samsara God did not say that after obtaining the heavenly Tao energy, any God-Eye deity could continue the Heaven Lord's plan and fuse with the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. But the other God eyes were no fools and could guess at this point. I didn't think that you would tell us such an important matter. The Death God gave a strange smile, his heart filled with suspicion. If it were him, he would definitely hide it and pursue the Heaven Lord alone. After all, the Heaven Lord was extremely weak at this time. A single God-Eye deity could easily kill him. We're on the same side, and besides, I'm no match for life, divine punishment, and space-time. The Samsara God said matter-of-factly. This was one reason. The other reason was that there were quite a few people left in the heaven-defying faction divine kingdom. Almost all of them learned of this and immediately sent word to the factions behind the scenes. In this battle, many factions had assisted the life-sacred land in attacking the heaven-defying faction. Thus, there were probably quite a few factions that learned of this news. Moreover, this news concerned the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods. Even if the Samsara God hadn't said anything, it wouldn't have taken long for this news to spread throughout the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Moreover, the Samsara God believed that none of the other gods could compare to her when it came to finding people. Let's move. We can't let them obtain this power. The Destruction God was impatient. The Death God nodded. Buzz. BZZZ. The Samsara God's eyes began to turn, unleashing a dusk fog that seemed to come from the underworld. One figure after another flew out, several thousand of them. Of course, the majority of these people did not have very high cultivations. Those with relatively high cultivations had all been sacrificed in blocking the Heaven Lord's explosion and would not be able to revive for some time. Go. Search for this person. If you find anything, inform me immediately. After doing all this, the Samsara God began to leave. The other two gods also began to move out. On the surface, the three God eyes were still on the same side. But in reality, all of them were independent, because any one of them who obtained the power of the heavenly Tao God I would be able to stand at the apex of God eyes, possessing the power to look down upon the ancient desolate realm. There was even a chance that they could fuse with the heavenly Tao ancestral eye and obtain this supreme and perfect power. The curtain had finally fallen on the life-sacred land and the heaven-defying faction's monstrous battle. But at the same time, another battle had begun. That was the battle for the heavenly Tao God Eye. In the distance, Zhao Feng floated in the tattered void. Too terrifying. A battle between gods. Zhao Feng sighed. Nearly half of the Xiling Zone had been swept up in this battle. And this was only because the battle between gods hadn't lasted too long and hadn't been carried out on a large scale. Otherwise, the entire Xiling Zone would have been destroyed. The heaven-defying faction has offended the 8 great God eyes. It's finally over. Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But for some reason, his dream god eye still felt tense. At this moment, Zhao Yufei sent him a message. What? Zhao Feng grimaced. At this moment, while Zhao Yufei was with the Life-Sacred Land Army, the news that other god-eye deities could also steal the heavenly Tao God Eye's power had already spread. Even if the Heaven Lord lost, the entire ancient desolate realm of gods will not have peace. Zhao Feng's brow furrowed. The Heaven Lord was not dead, but he was heavily injured and weak. At this moment, the 6 god eyes were in pursuit. Kid, what's going on? The crystalline robe asked. The heaven-defying faction had already been defeated, and the Heaven Lord was doomed to die, but Zhao Feng was still asking such a question. It's not that simple. Zhao Feng gave a simple explanation of what had happened. So that's how it is. The crystalline robe was stunned. The current situation truly was not much better. Although the Heaven Lord had been defeated, any god eye that obtained the power of the heavenly Tao God I would undoubtedly become an even greater threat than the Heaven Lord. Of course, an ordinary god lord or god king would not be as much of a threat if they obtained this power, but they would still face the possibility of stealing it. This was going to be a struggle that was hard to predict and difficult to end. Unless the person who obtained the heavenly Tao God I was able to resist the temptation of that power and destroy it. Let's go and rest for a while. Zhao Feng sighed. This battle had been quite tiring. You're not going to fight for the heavenly Tao God Eye. The robe was surprised. He did not believe that Zhao Feng did not desire this power. Zhao Feng truly did desire this power. Once he obtained it, his strength would soar to the point where he would even be able to contend against god-eye deities. I'm alone and can't compare to the 8 great god eyes. Even if I obtain it, I'll be hunted down by many god eyes. Zhao Feng shook his head. At the very least, that was the case for now. Moreover, how could he compare to the vast network of god-eye deities when it came to finding people? His chances were far too low. I'll break into the 3rd heaven first. Zhao Feng made his decision. Once he broke through, if the matter of the heavenly Tao God I was not resolved, he could still participate in the struggle. Zhao Feng did not return. He found a secluded place in the Xiling Zone, entered his divine kingdom, and began to cultivate. In the outside world, news continued to spread from the Xiling Zone to the surrounding zones, all the way to the 18 savage, desolate zones. The struggle for the heavenly Tao God I had begun. Chapter 1550. Zhao Feng returned to the Dream Divine Kingdom and rested for a few days. He began to negotiate with the pseudo-ancestral artifact. In the end, the pseudo-ancestral artifact agreed to temporarily follow Zhao Feng for 1 million years. After 1 million years, it would not restrict its freedom. The pseudo-ancestral artifact followed Zhao Feng naturally because Zhao Feng had saved it. But the Heaven Lord's actions had enraged the 6 god eyes, and the heaven-defying faction was doomed. It did not need Zhao Feng to save it to gain its freedom. Thus, the pseudo-ancestral artifact would only follow Zhao Feng for 1 million years. But for Zhao Feng, 1 million years was enough. He was confident that he could fully utilize the power of the Dream God Eye and become a god-eye deity. At that time, the pseudo-ancestral artifact would no longer be necessary. Zhao Feng spent some time refining the pseudo-ancestral artifact. In the process, Zhao Feng also fused the space ancestral artifact fragment in his hand into it. They had originally been one. 5 months later, Zhao Feng completely refined the pseudo-ancestral artifact. This space pseudo-ancestral artifact had been called Heaven Ascendant when it was complete. Although it was now just a pseudo-ancestral artifact, the complete Heaven Ascendant was no longer around, so it was fine for Zhao Feng to call it Heaven Ascendant. After swapping out the space-time robe and putting on Heaven Ascendant, Zhao Feng immediately felt like he had complete control over space energy. He even felt like he was standing above space itself. With Heaven Ascendant, even without using the power of the Dream God Eye, I can fight against a normal God King. After testing out Heaven Ascendant's power, Zhao Feng had this conjecture. With Xiao Feng's defensive skills and Heaven Ascendant's defenses, he could easily block the ordinary attacks of a God King. Against a God King that was not skilled in speed, Xiao Feng could hold the advantage in speed. Refining the pseudo-ancestral artifact not only boosted his strength, but also pushed his cultivation. The pseudo-ancestral artifact itself contained a perfected space law. After refining it, Xiao Feng could comprehend this space law at any time, greatly boosting his comprehension of space. Arriving at the core of the divine kingdom, Xiao Feng sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. The flow of time in the God Kingdom was different from the outside world, so Xiao Feng had plenty of time. Now, Xiao Feng's goal was to break through to the third heaven. Before that, Xiao Feng could use the resources he had plundered from the heaven-defying factions, divine kingdom, to strengthen his foundations. First, Xiao Feng took out the 9 thunder heavenly bamboo. Immediately, the invisible power of thunder and lightning gathered in the sky above the 9 lightning heaven bamboo, forming a domain of thunder that fell continuously. Xiao Feng closed his eyes slightly. His soul will spread out and seeped into the 9 thunder heaven bamboo. After comprehending for a period of time, Xiao Feng entered a meditative state and absorbed the essence of the 9 thunder heaven bamboo. In an instant, he felt his comprehension of the law of lightning surging into his mind. Time passed quickly. Xiao Feng had been cultivating for several years, but only a few days had passed in the outside world. At this moment, all of the ancient, desolate realm of gods was alarmed by a certain rumor. If the 8 great god eyes killed the Heaven Lord, they would obtain the power of the heavenly Tao God Eye and surpass gods. They might even be able to complete the Heaven Lord's unfinished plan. Of course, it wasn't just the 8 great god eyes. God Eye descendants might also be able to steal this power and become new gods. This made countless God Eye descendants scramble for the heavenly Tao God Eye. There were even some experts who were not God Eye descendants, but possessed other eyes that held a sliver of hope. Many experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods had formed an alliance with the goal of eliminating the heavenly Tao God Eye. In the southwestern part of the ancient desolate realm of gods, in the dazzling light zone, the factions of the nearby zones had gathered here. In the Golden Crow sacred land, the bright sun god sat on his throne, his dazzling golden-red eyes exuding a scorching light that no one dared to look directly at. Besides the bright sun god, all the god kings of the nearby zones had come, including the Tianhe zone's god king Charflame, who had fought with Xiao Feng's group before. The reason I have gathered everyone here is extremely simple. Search for the Heaven Lord and destroy the heavenly Tao God Eye. The bright sun god sat on his throne, exuding boundless majesty. The Tianhe zone agrees with the bright sun god. God King Charflame immediately expressed his stance. As long as the power of the heavenly Tao God Eye existed, it would severely affect the balance of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Any God Eye deity that obtained this power could become the next Heaven Lord. Thus, this power had to be destroyed. The Linglong Zone will do its utmost. A woman with the appearance of a celestial fairy stood up. She was a god king of the Linglong Zone's sacred land. At that instant, a formidable aura descended upon the place. All the power in the world seemed to be changing, gathering outside. Space within the hall seemed to freeze. Even god lords felt an enormous pressure that made it difficult for them to move. Myriad forms God, I didn't think that you would have the time to visit me. The bright sun god said, his expression grave. In the next moment, an old man appeared in the palace hall. His eyes were in the shape of a vortex, and multicolored radiance flowed within them. The old man's hair was also of various colors. Furthermore, it was extremely natural. It was like the sky, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers. The myriad forms God. One of the God-Eye deities. Many experts in the hall were panicking. They were just discussing how to destroy the heavenly Tao God Eye. And now, one of the God-Eye deities had appeared? Quite a few people even wondered if the myriad forms God had come to make trouble. At this moment, the myriad forms God, finally spoke. I also agree with your view. Many people in the hall were stunned. None of them had expected the myriad forms God to say such a thing. Myriad forms, you truly did not disappoint me. The bright sun God smiled. The God Kings present might have known that the bright sun God and the myriad forms God had a rather good relationship. Both of them were indifferent to fame and wealth and liked to wander the world. If not for the appearance of the heavenly Tao God Eye, the bright sun God would have not returned to the sacred land for several 100 million years. We cannot allow this power to disturb the balance of nature. I will also help. The myriad forms God sternly said. It wasn't just this place. Alliances of various sizes had been formed in other parts of the ancient desolate realm of gods with the goal of destroying the heavenly Tao God Eye. The power of the heavenly Tao God Eye was extremely alluring to the 8 great God Eyes and God Eye descendants, but it was of little use to the other God Kings. Moreover, the other God Kings and gods did not wish for the God Eye factions to obtain this power. The top-class experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods began to move, including the God Kings and gods who had been in seclusion for hundreds of millions of years. Perhaps it was because the Heaven Lord was a member of the Heaven's legacy race with divination and the special abilities of the heavenly Tao God Eye, but the Heaven Lord had only appeared a few times, but he had not been captured and was still fleeing. What was certain was that the Heaven Lord was being hunted by the entire ancient desolate realm of gods and had no time to rest. Moreover, his god Origin had been heavily injured and exhausted, and he could not recover from it in a short time. Thus, the Heaven Lord was not much stronger than when he was fleeing from the God Eyes. The 6 God Eyes continued to madly search for the Heaven Lord. Within the Dream Divine Kingdom, Zhao Feng had been in seclusion for a long time. Next to him was a withered tree of dark silver with several bright silver leaves. This was none other than the space-type treasure, the Space Spirit Tree. Beneath the Space Spirit Tree was a round piece of jade that glowed with moonlight. This was the space-type treasure, the void, profound spirit jade. He had long ago finished cultivating the lightning Tao, and Zhao Feng had also spent some time comprehending the time law. At this moment, he was concentrating on comprehending the space law. Within his body, the primal chaos scripture began to circulate. Zhao Feng was ready to break into the 3rd heaven one day in the northern region of the ancient desolate realm of gods. Ish! A golden figure flew by, exuding a powerful divine sense that carefully searched every inch of the world. This golden figure was the God King of the Tongtai Zone, God King Heaven Dragon. Back in the Tongtai Zone, he had personally searched for Zhao Feng, but in the end, Zhao Feng had escaped from his clone. God King Heaven Dragon suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He focused his mind and slowly moved. At this moment, boom, bang, the space in the distance twisted open, and a white-robed figure charged out. Heaven Lord! God King Heaven Dragon grimaced. However, the Heaven Lord's aura was extremely weak and chaotic. His eyes were dim, and the vertical eye on his forehead was closed. After him! We can't let him go. God King Heaven Dragon immediately pursued, taking out a token. After sensing for a while, God King Heaven Dragon smiled. He had also joined the Bright Sun Gods Alliance. This token allowed him to sense the experts of the alliance within a certain range. God King Heaven Dragon doggedly pursued, and it didn't take long before another God King appeared in front of the Heaven Lord. You can't escape. God King Heaven Dragon heartily laughed. He couldn't obtain the heavenly Tao God Eye, but the Heaven Lord had more than one treasure. It was rumored that he also had many ancestral artifact fragments and even pseudo-ancestral artifacts. The pseudo-ancestral artifact, blazing, hell had appeared before. Moreover, the bright sun god had promised that if anyone in the alliance killed the Heaven Lord, he would do everything in his power to help that person. 3 favors from a hegemon were extremely valuable even to a god king. The Heaven Lord's face was dark and furious. With a wave of his hand, the pseudo-ancestral artifact, Blazing Hell, appeared. Scram! The Heaven Lord roared as he activated the pseudo-ancestral artifact, unleashing boundless flames that wreaked havoc through the world. But when God King Heaven Dragon and another God King skilled in the water law worked together, they possessed extraordinary power. Boom! Bang! Crash! The two God Kings were working together to pincer the Heaven Lord, making it difficult for him to deal with them. You two fleas! At my peak, this old man could have killed you with a single finger. The Heaven Lord roared in frustration. Haha, you've reached the end of your road. There's no chance for you to return to your peak. God King Gold Dragon heartily laughed. He and the other God King continued to press forward. Scram! The Heaven Lord roared, his body erupting with a gold and silver light that pushed back the two God Kings. This energy was none other than the power of the ancient race bloodline. As he pushed back the two God Kings, the Heaven Lord activated the heavenly Tao God Eye to increase his speed and flee. He's already spent. Don't let him run. God King Gold Dragon and the other God King immediately pursued. At the same time, the news of the Heaven Lord's appearance began to spread, and the experts of the ancient, desolate realm of gods began to gather in the north. This included the 7 great God Eyes besides the Destiny God Eye. While the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods was reeling over the heavenly Tao God Eye, the Sage faction, on the other hand, was extremely peaceful. One reason was that the majority of the members of the Sage faction were not skilled in battle. The other reason was that the Heaven Lord, who had the heavenly Tao God Eye and the ancient race bloodline, was very difficult to divine. Of course, not everyone could do it. Yu Tianwu and Lu Qinxin had been in seclusion this entire time, doing all they could to divine the Heaven Lord's situation. The other sages were also waiting for Lord Tianwu's results and orders. On this day, Yu Tianwu opened his eyes. The danger from Yu Tianshu still exists, and it's enormous. The Yu Tianshu that Yu Tianwu spoke of was the Heaven Lord of the Heaven, defying faction. At the same time, Yu Tianwu messaged Lu Qinxin. Qinxin, what did your eyes see? The scene is very blurry, and it's hard to describe the exact situation, but my eyes can sense that a God Eye is about to fall. Chapter 1551. The Xiling Zone within the Dream Divine Kingdom. Zhao Feng was immersed in cultivation, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was trying to break through the barrier of the third heaven. Beside him, the heaven void silverleaf on the space spirit tree emitted powerful spatial fluctuations, causing the surrounding space to overlap, making it hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Down below, the void profound spirit jade released a space-time essence that Zhao Feng absorbed and comprehended. Inside Zhao Feng's body, the primal chaos scripture began to circulate, and a huge amount of chaos divine power surged and gradually gathered at the god altar in his body. Buzz, the third altar, slowly took shape on top of the two-tiered altar. While the god altars were being constructed, the 2 god altars below were surging with chaos divine energy and pouring into the third god altar. At the same time, Zhao Feng was still comprehending the law of space, trying to break through the threshold of large success. With the space spiritual tree and the void profound spirit stone, breaking through the space law wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Zhao Feng focused more of his energy on the construction and consolidation of the altar. Of course, Zhao Feng had not forgotten that when he obtained the primal chaos scripture, he had also obtained some remnant God King level primal chaos energy. If I can fuse a portion of God King level chaotic force into the 3rd level of the God altar, my foundation will be even more stable. Zhao Feng pondered. If it was a true God King level primal chaos force, doing so would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. However, this chaotic force had experienced too much time, and its quality was not as good as it was at the beginning, so it was worth a try. Meanwhile, ancient, desolate realm of gods, north. News of the Heaven Lord's appearance first reached the Bright Sun Gods Alliance, but it was naturally impossible to keep such important news under wraps. The next day, the news spread like wildfire throughout the wildlands. Many experts gathered towards the northern part of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. There was only one heavenly Tao God Eye, and there were far too many people who wanted it and far too many people who wanted to destroy it. Everyone was racing against time as they gathered towards the north and searched every inch of the world. In a dark forest somewhere, a white-robed old man suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Let's hope our luck is good." The Heaven Lord sighed and began to flee. Meanwhile, a black figure was flying rapidly between heaven and earth. "Heaven Lord!" The black figure paused and cried out in alarm. "Die!" The Heavenly Lord bellowed and punched out. The powerful and domineering fist shadow whizzed forward. His opponent was only a third heaven. Even a heavily injured Heaven Lord could be easily dealt with. Who? Fist shadows whizzed past and engulfed the Divine Master's figure. "Not good. Samsara, immortal body." The Heavenly Lord sensed that something was wrong. When he killed the other party, he didn't feel a strong death aura. From this, it was very likely that the other party was a Samsara immortal body. Although the Samsara immortal body was undying and indestructible, if it was completely erased in an instant, it would be very difficult to recover unless its master revived it. The Heaven Lord swiftly left. However, the owner of the dead Samsara immortal body seemed to be extremely powerful. A few seconds later, 3 more Samsara immortal bodies appeared in the Heaven Lord's vision. Rumble! The Heaven Lord swung his fists, instantly obliterating them. However, not long after, a few hundred Samsara immortal bodies arrived. There are so many Samsara immortal bodies, and their cultivations are not low. Could it be? The Heaven Lord speculated. "Yes, it's me. Your time of death has come." A ghastly chuckle drifted over. In a certain direction, many Samsara immortal bodies made way for a woman in a dark purple dress. Her steps were gentle as she slowly walked over. This person was none other than the Samsara god. The Samsara god had countless slaves in her samsara, and they shared the Samsara god's vision. She had spies in the major alliances of the ancient desolate realm of gods, and many Samsara immortal bodies were hidden among the 6 god eyes. The Samsara god herself was one of the people who had been tracking the Heaven Lord from the very start. I didn't think that the Samsara god would show herself for me. The Heaven Lord couldn't help but smile. In normal circumstances, the Samsara god, who was not skilled in combat, would hide behind the curtains and have the Samsara immortal bodies do everything for her. The Samsara god had only appeared this time because she had no other choice. The Heaven Lord's 2 explosions had almost completely obliterated the Samsara god's powerful immortal bodies, and the heavily injured Samsara god had no time to rest, nor did she have the time to revive them. The Samsara god did not have any powerful Samsara immortal bodies to deal with the Heaven Lord. Thus, the Samsara god had to personally take action. Even if she was not skilled in combat, she was still a god, her fighting power far surpassing that of a god king. Moreover, based on the intelligence reports, the Heaven Lord's injuries were so severe that he could not even fully open his heavenly Tao God Eye. Even when facing 2 god kings, he could only flee. Just obediently be my Samsara immortal body. I'll take good care of you. The Samsara god bewitchingly smiled, her eyes glimmering with a greedy and wicked light as she stared at the heavenly Tao God Eye on the Heaven Lord's forehead. It seems like this old man's luck isn't bad. The Heaven Lord suddenly smiled, his smile suffused with desire, confidence, and tyranny. The Samsara god's brow creased. The Heaven Lord was still able to smile in such a desperate situation, but a moment later she grimaced. Boom! A primordial and ancient energy erupted from the Heaven Lord's body. His body transformed into a god-devil body 100 feet tall, covered in gold and silver light and exuding a tyrannical energy that could suppress all things. Moreover, the heavenly Tao God Eye on the Heaven Lord's forehead suddenly opened. Those 8 eyes stared at the Samsara sovereign. No, impossible. Weren't you heavily injured? The Samsara god Eye was stunned. At this moment, the god Lord was like a patient suffering from an incurable disease that had suddenly recovered. She sensed that, although the Heaven Lord was injured, his injuries were much better than the Samsara god's and not as severe as she imagined. But even so, the Samsara god, I did not dare to fight the Heaven Lord head-on. One had to realize that not even the space-time god, skilled in combat and invincible in speed, was a match for the Heaven Lord. Die! The Heaven Lord's face chilled as the heavenly Tao god eye on his forehead began to turn. Lightning, fire, and lightning exploded in the air, causing space to crumble and terrifying storms to shake the world. Protect me! The Samsara god called out as she rapidly retreated. Although her injuries were about the same as the Heaven Lord's, even at her peak, she would not have dared to fight the Heaven Lord head-on, and she had sacrificed all her powerful Samsara immortal bodies. Boom! Bang! Crash! The power of a god could dominate a region of the world. All living beings in this dimension were instantly annihilated. The countless Samsara immortal bodies vanished in the blink of an eye. Samsara bind. The Samsara god activated her Samsara god eye, unleashing a gloomy mist that could not be dispelled. The Samsara god knew that her Samsara immortal bodies were no match for the Heaven Lord. Thus, when the Heaven Lord attacked, she had prepared this move. Hisses! The gloomy mist surrounded the Heaven Lord and sealed him within. At the same time, the Samsara god fled. You want to trap me with just this? The Heaven Lord heartily laughed, the heavenly Tao god eye erupting with destructive energy. Boom! Bang! In a flash, the Samsara god's power binding him collapsed. The Heaven Lord had studied the 8 great god eyes more deeply than anyone else. The Samsara god's attack could not be broken by ordinary methods, so he immediately used the power of the heavenly Tao god eye. He had to kill the Samsara god as quickly as possible. Bang! A fist punched out, golden and silver divine, light piercing through the world and destroying all in its path. No. The Samsara god screamed in fear. The Samsara god's main body was the weakest of the 8 great god eyes, second only to the destiny god eye. The Heaven Lord's fist was an attack that she found difficult to defend against. The majority of the Samsara god's body was turned to dust, but the Samsara god herself was the strongest Samsara immortal body. Hisses! The Samsara god's body gradually recovered. Ancient heaven shakes the heavens. The Heaven Lord brought his hands together and roared, unleashing vast amounts of ancient race bloodline energy that caused the entire dimension to tremble. Kaboom! A golden and silver divine seal condensed in the sky, exuding a dreadful suppressive power as it rumbled down. The Samsara god could not dodge and was suppressed. How could this be? What's going on with your injuries? The Samsara god stared in fear at the Heaven Lord, unable to understand. The Heaven Lord that had escaped from 6 god eyes clearly had a weak aura that not even 2 god kings could deal with. How could he suddenly become so strong? Was everything just an act? But not even the illusion god race, skilled in disguise, could deceive the god eyes. Die. The Heaven Lord found it hard to suppress his laughter. At this moment, all he wanted to do was kill the Samsara god. He had no time to answer her questions. Boom! Bang! Crash! The heavenly Tao god eye activated, and the power of the ancient golden and silver divine seal gradually increased, dealing a destructive blow to the Samsara god. The Samsara god's body was constantly being destroyed and healed, but there was a limit to all this. Once her Samsara origin was used up, she would no longer be able to revive. Heaven Lord, your plan won't succeed. The Samsara god clenched her teeth and activated the Samsara of life god eye. She could not escape from the Heaven Lord's hands, and if this stalemate continued, she would die. Thus, she chose to use the Samsara of life god eye to reincarnate. After reincarnation, the samsara god, I would still be with her, and she would once more become the samsara god. And the Heaven Lord's display of such power was certain to alarm others. This also meant that the Heaven Lord's disguise had been exposed, and he could no longer use the same plan to kill a second god eye. Hissus, the samsara god's body and soul, transformed into a streak of light that surged into the samsara of life god eye. In front of the heavenly Tao god eye, I control all laws and order. The heavenly Tao god eye on the Heaven Lord's forehead flashed with sharp light. Instantly, a powerful force that could destroy all laws and order burst forth. At this moment, everything around the Heaven Lord collapsed, including the Heaven Lord's own golden and silver divine seal. But at the same time, the samsara god's secret art, samsara rebirth, was interrupted. No, the samsara god's face turned ghastly pale, and her samsara god eye became extremely weak. She had gambled everything on reincarnation. Now that this secret art had been interrupted, she had not only consumed a great deal of energy, but she had also suffered a backlash. Now you can die. The Heaven Lord's eyes flashed with a savage light. Boom! Circulating his ancient race bloodline, a peerlessly powerful golden and silver divine fist held forward. With the heavenly Tao god eyes buff, this fist of energy crackled with lightning and wind, its power rising to a level that no one could match. Boom! Bang! The fist of energy shattered the world, and the samsara god's body was obliterated, including her samsara god eye. Now, one of the 8 great god eyes had fallen. The Heaven Lord stood where he was, sensing the supreme god energy descending from the fan universe and pouring into his heavenly Tao god eye. Chapter 1552. In the core of the dream divine kingdom. In the sky, an enormous vortex of gloomy yuan qi was slowly spinning. Under the influence of Zhao Feng's thoughts, the heaven-earth yuan qi within the dream divine kingdom automatically gathered. Down below, Zhao Feng's surroundings rippled with powerful primal chaos energy and a profound space law, causing space-time to twist. Next to Zhao Feng, the heaven void silver leaf on the space spirit tree had already withered, and the void profound spirit jade next to it had dimmed to become an ordinary piece of crystal jade. Within Zhao Feng's body, the 3rd level of the god altar had already been formed. The primal chaos energy within it was rapidly circulating, driving the primal chaos energy in the 2 god altars below. This primal chaos energy was mixed with an abnormally violent and uncontrollable primal chaos energy. This was the God King level primal chaos energy. But this primal chaos energy was rather small, so it was constantly suppressed by Zhao Feng's vast primal chaos energy. Moreover, as the primal chaos energy accumulated over time, it was gradually tamed and assimilated. At the same time, Zhao Feng took out a large number of resources and madly absorbed them. An endless stream of energy flowed into the 3-tiered god altar. 10 days later, the primal chaos energy in Zhao Feng's body stopped circulating. The 3-tiered god altar in his body had already fused into one, becoming even more stable and sturdy. At this point, Zhao Feng had reached the 3rd heaven of God Lord Realm. With each layer of the god altar, the amount of primal chaos energy would multiply. At this moment, Zhao Feng felt like he had an endless supply of energy that he could use without end. Other than the transformation of his god altar and divine power, his space law had also improved. Major success level space law. As Zhao Feng sensed this law and began to circulate it, he gained a deeper understanding of his divine kingdom. Zhao Feng realized that the improvement of his space law could also further strengthen his divine kingdom. But suddenly, thump thump, thump thump, Zhao Feng's dream god eye began to pulse, sending out a complicated message. After a long time of comprehension, Zhao Feng opened his eyes once more. God eye has fallen. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat in disbelief. He had originally planned to participate in the competition for the heavenly Tao God Ai after successfully breaking into the third heaven. He hadn't expected for such a major event to occur right after he broke into the third heaven, the fall of the God Ai. Moreover, Zhao Feng could sense that the heavenly Tao God Ai, which did not belong to the 8 great God Eyes, was even stronger than before. I can actually sense the heavenly Tao God Ai. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. The moment the God Eye fell, he suddenly sensed the heavenly Tao God Eye, and the power of the heavenly Tao God Eye seemed to have increased. Could it be? Zhao Feng's eyes widened as he thought of a certain possibility. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng could no longer sit still. Teleportation. Zhao Feng used his dream origin to create a dream that depicted a certain scene in the life-sacred land. Whoosh! His figure disappeared. At the same time, in the northern part of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, upon receiving the news, the 3 sovereigns of heavenly punishment, space-time, and life, who were on their way to their destination, were stunned. Just now, a god eye fell? The life god was alarmed. How could this be? Who has this kind of power? The divine punishment god had a solemn expression. Ever since the 8 great god eyes were born, no god had ever fallen, much less one of the 8 great god eyes. But it's not impossible. In the battle between the 6 god eyes and the Heaven Lord, we suffered 2 explosions that heavily injured our origins. The space-time gods' eyes darkened. If one's origin energy was heavily injured, even if they went into seclusion to recover, it would still take several thousand years. Thus, they were all heavily injured as they pursued the Heaven Lord. This also meant that the 6 of them were much weaker than normal gods. If 2 or 3 gods worked together and hunted them down, they truly might be able to kill one of the 6 god eyes. Forget it. Killing the Heaven Lord is more important. The divine punishment god immediately said. The other 2 agreed and continued on their way. With 3 gods together, even if they were heavily injured, they had nothing to fear. In the northern region of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, the Heaven Lord and the Samsara god I were fighting. The world fell into chaos, leaving the Heaven Lord standing alone in the air. His eyes were half closed, but the heavenly Tao God Eye at his forehead was wide open, receiving the supreme God energy from the fan universe. Suddenly, the eye at the center of the Heaven Lord's forehead trembled, and its power seemed to rise another level. This trembling spread through the world, shaking the ancient, desolate realm of gods. The power of the Samsara God Eye, absolute control over Samsara. The Heaven Lord spread open his arms, a look of extreme enjoyment on his face. At this moment, the Samsara God Eye's power was completely transferred to his body. Moreover, the Samsara God Eye's power borrowed from the heavenly Tao God Eye to unleash even greater power. Besides that, the heavenly Tao God Eye itself had also gotten significantly stronger. I've already surpassed the God level, but that's still not enough. After a satisfied smile, the Heaven Lord's expression darkened. Although he possessed power that surpassed the God level, that did not mean he was invincible. His goal was to fuse with the heavenly Tao ancestral eye and obtain this supreme and perfect power. What a bunch of idiots, the Heaven Lord mocked. Although he was confident in his ability to kill the life god, nothing was absolute. Anything could change. Just as he expected, a variable had appeared in the battle, and the situation had slipped out of his control. He could not kill any god eye, and there was even a chance that a god eye would kill him. But the Heaven Lord would not give up like this. If he wanted to win, he had to break the hatchet and fight with his back to the river. In this battle, he had lost a complete offensive ancestral artifact. The resources the heaven-defying faction had accumulated over countless years, and one of his clones. The Heaven Lord had been able to confuse the god eyes and feign weakness because of this clone, or rather, substitute. When the ancestral artifact Xingtian exploded, the Heaven Lord had switched identities with his clone. The intimidating nature of the ancestral artifact explosion and the interference of the explosion had successfully affected the judgment of the god eyes. A second explosion soon followed. This time, the substitute had taken the brunt of the Heaven Lord's attack. The god eyes had only been able to faintly sense the weak energy of the clone. In truth, the Heaven Lord had only been hit by the shock waves of the first explosion, and his injuries were lighter than any of the 6 god eyes. Of course, the substitute had been able to interfere with the 6 god eyes for 2 reasons. One was that this substitute had been created by the Heaven's legacy cat, which had duplicated the ancient race bloodline. The second was that the Heaven Lord had long ago prepared for this. The clone was identical in every aspect to himself, and it even contained his origin energy. If one didn't look carefully, it would be extremely difficult to tell the difference. Moreover, the intimidating nature of the explosion had affected the judgment of the 6 god eyes. Only this had allowed the plan to succeed. On the other hand, the Heaven Lord had intentionally spread the news that he could steal the heavenly Tao God Eye, successfully dividing the God Eye alliance. The false appearance of being at the end of the road, the 2 explosions, the confusing use of the substitute, spreading the news to divide the God Eyes, and feigning weakness to bait a single God Eye into attacking. These various schemes had allowed the Heaven Lord to successfully kill a god eye and complete the first step in his grand undertaking of the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. Now I can only fight them head-on. The Heaven Lord naturally knew that the war was not over. From the battle between the heaven-defying faction and the life-sacred land to the battle of gods, and then to the struggle for the heavenly Tao God Eye, there had been no gaps. Now the struggle for the heavenly Tao God Eye was over. But an even greater battle was about to begin. The battle between the Heaven Lord and the Samsara God could be said to have shaken the heavens. As long as they were nearby, no one would not be attracted. Moreover, the Heaven Lord's tracks had been exposed long ago. So many experts had gathered in the area. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several dozen experts arrived from all around, all of them drawn over by the noise from the battle. How could this be? This energy, this power. A second Heaven God, Lord, sensed the dreadful energy coming from the distant primal chaos world, and his mind trembled. Didn't the reports say that the Heaven Lord's strength had fallen to the God King level? Since you've come, become my loyal soldiers. The Heaven Lord's voice resounded in everyone's minds. Run. This was the only thought left in everyone's minds. But in front of a god, they had nowhere to run. Boom! Whoosh! A dreadful ancient energy caused the world to tremble and rumble. This ancient bloodline energy that could shake the heavens and reign supreme over all races made all living beings in a radius of millions of li tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. Before the 8 great god eyes were born, the ancient race reigned supreme over all races. If the 2 had existed at the same time, even the first ancestor of the ancient race would have been able to suppress the god eyes. Extinguish. The Heaven Lord activated the heavenly Tao God Eye, and all sorts of law energies appeared in the world. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning wreaked havoc and annihilated all. No one below the God King realm would be able to resist this peerless ruler's power. As the world fell silent, everything in the heavenly Tao God Eye's vision vanished. Come out. The Heaven Lord activated the heavenly Tao God Eye on his forehead. Before killing these people, the Heaven Lord had placed a samsara mark on all of them. Thus, these people's souls were now completely under his control. A gloomy hell fog drifted out of the Heaven Lord's forehead, and one figure after another began to emerge from it. There's still a major battle coming up. It's time to recruit. The Heaven Lord chuckled and began to move. At the very least, the news that he had killed the Samsara God I had not yet spread. There were still countless experts searching for him. Not far away, a dazzling golden light streaked through the air, turning everything in its path to ash. This person was the destruction god. The fall of a god, just what's going on. The destruction god found it hard to calm down, but he still hurried to the location of the intelligence report. A little while later, he sensed a familiar and powerful energy. This energy, it's the Heaven Lord. The destruction god was alarmed. How could the Heaven Lord's energy be this powerful? Back then, he truly had sensed that the fleeing Heaven Lord's energy was rather weak, and his injuries were even more severe than theirs. After all, the Heaven Lord had endured 2 explosions and even burned his origin energy. Otherwise, the 6 gods wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. But at this moment, the Heaven Lord gave off the feeling that he wasn't very injured. He doesn't seem heavily injured. If this is true, I'm no match for him in a one-on-one fight. As the destruction god thought to himself, he maintained a certain distance from the Heaven Lord and prepared to retreat. I didn't think that 2 more god-eye deities would arrive so quickly. Let us continue our previous battle. The Heaven Lord's smile was accompanied by a powerful will to fight. 2. The destruction god's eyes flashed. On the other side of the Heaven Lord, a pitch-black figure slowly approached. The death god. Destruction, I didn't think that you would arrive so quickly. The death god gave a sinister smile. They had temporarily split up over the heavenly Tao God Eye, but now both of them sensed that the Heaven Lord was not heavily injured. The 2 god-eye deities secretly began to work together. Chapter 1553. At this moment, the destruction god and death god once more encountered the Heaven Lord. But both of them sensed that the Heaven Lord's aura was powerful and that his injuries were not serious. At the very least, they were lighter than the injuries of the 2 god-eye deities. The 2 god-eye deities had never underestimated the Heaven Lord, so they decided to work together once more. Death light. Destruction divine light. The 2 god-eye deities attacked with lightning-fast speed. The power of 2 god-eye deities descended upon the void. The destruction god's eyes shot out a dazzling golden beam of divine light that swept through the void, destroying everything it touched, including the void itself. On the other side, a pitch-black ray of death shot out from the eyes of the Death Chief Sovereign. Everywhere it passed, everything turned dark and lost its color, turning into decay. 1 black and 1 gold. 2 beams of destructive light shot toward the Heaven Lord. In the face of death and destruction, even other gods would not dare to be careless against these 2 god-eye deities who were extremely aggressive. But at this moment, the Heaven Lord appeared extremely calm and unmoving. What's going on? The destruction god's expression darkened as he began to think. Based on the intelligence reports, if the Heaven Lord was only a little stronger than an ordinary god king, he truly was doomed against 2 god-eye deities working together. Thus, the Heaven Lord might have already given up on trying to survive and was putting up no resistance. But for some reason, the destruction god suddenly felt uneasy. Boom! Bang! An enormous wave of destructive black and gold energy engulfed the Heaven Lord's body. This forbidden shock wave spread out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. After a long while, the dust began to settle. The 2 god eyes saw through everything to the center of the explosion. Impossible! The death god and destruction god blurted out in shock. At the center of the explosion, the Heaven Lord's body was slowly returning to normal. This ability, wasn't it a samsara immortal body? Could it be? The samsara god had already killed the Heaven Lord and made him her samsara immortal body? But the 2 god-eye deities thought of another possibility. The samsara god had been killed by the Heaven Lord, and the samsara god eye's abilities had been stolen by the Heaven Lord. Impossible. Could the fallen god eye be samsara? The destruction sovereign couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Heaven Lord had clearly lost his momentum and was at the end of his rope. So how could he kill a god eye and rise once more? Buzz, a golden screen of light burst forth from the destruction sovereign's eyes, enveloping the distance. Within this light screen, everything was slowly crushed and annihilated, turning into nothingness. But this destructive barrier had very little effect on the Heaven Lord. The Heaven Lord had the strongest physical body, and the ancient god-devil body of the ancient race had an absolute defense against all kinds of energy. Although the destructive power of the destruction ruler could still be effective against the ancient god-fiend body, it was still not enough to destroy the ancient god-fiend body. But the Heaven Lord also had a samsara immortal body. The combination of the two made it seem like the Heaven Lord was completely unaffected. Haha, samsara is the first. Which one of you will be the second? The Heaven Lord heartily laughed. The ability of the samsara god I combined with the ancient god-devil body allowed it to transcend logic and become an invincible power. Even the all-destroying chief sovereign of destruction was unable to completely destroy it. You killed the samsara sovereign. The chief sovereign of death's face was cold. Haha, did you really think that I was so heavily injured that my cultivation level had fallen? The Heaven Lord couldn't help but laugh. There was some sort of trick behind those two explosions. The chief sovereign's eyes suddenly flickered as he thought of something. In the situation at the time, the Heaven Lord truly had no other choice but to detonate the ancestral artifact and then the divine kingdom. But now that he thought about it, the Heaven Lord had probably predicted that even the detonation of the ancestral artifact would find it difficult to kill 6 god eyes. If the ancestral artifact and the divine kingdom detonated together, they might have been able to kill 1 or 2 god eyes and inflict even greater injuries on the other god eye deities. But the Heaven Lord had separated the 2 explosions. In order to deceive you 6 god eyes, I wasted an ancestral artifact. The resources of the Heaven's legacy race accumulated over countless years, and a substitute expert fused with the ancient race bloodline. But it was all worth it. The Heaven Lord faintly chuckled. Perhaps one god I could not compare to an ancestral artifact, the heaven-defying faction divine kingdom, and the ancient race bloodline. But the god eye origin was far more valuable to the Heaven Lord than anything else. Bzzz. The eye at the center of the Heaven Lord's forehead opened, its 8 pupils slowly turning. At the same time, 8 illusory eye bloodline images appeared behind the Heaven Lord. What was different from before was that the 8 eye bloodline figures started to move closer together, and the blurry outline of another eye appeared in the center. When death and destruction saw the image of that eye, their god eyes instantly felt a sense of familiarity and dread. The heavenly Tao God, I exuded the desolate ancestral energy that reigned supreme over all things. The world once more trembled as if prostrating before the Heaven Lord's feet. This is the energy of an ancestral eye. The 2 god eye deities immediately thought of the same thing. Die. The Heaven Lord's body blurred as he charged at the destruction god. With his current strength, he didn't need to fear the attacks of 2 god eye deities. As long as he killed one of them and stole their god eye origin, the other would be even easier to deal with. At that point, almost no one would be able to stop him. The Heaven Lord descended with a peerless pressure. The destruction god trembled, his destruction god eye throbbing. Great destruction art. The destruction god clenched his teeth and began to form a spell. Buzz. Bzzz. The destruction god eye madly surged with destruction origin energy. Within the eyes of the chief sovereign of destruction, a source of destruction rapidly condensed. It was like a golden sun, abnormally dazzling. Go. The destruction god called out, and the origin of destruction shot forward. Reversal. The Heaven Lord used his heavenly Tao God eye to alter the laws of the world. The golden sun immediately changed directions and flew toward the destruction god. This move is useless against me. The destruction god's face turned grave. He was extremely familiar with this move of the Heaven Lord's, so he had long since prepared for it. His destruction god eye had been controlling the golden sun this entire time, and it immediately changed directions. Oh, it seems like god eye deities aren't fools. The Heaven Lord chuckled. The 2 god eye deities instantly frowned. The death god immediately took action, unleashing a vast amount of black death mist that shot toward the Heaven Lord. They needed to work together to deal with this Heaven Lord. ancient divine fist. The Heaven Lord activated his ancient race bloodline and unleashed a massive gold-and-silver fist. At the same time, the heavenly Tao God I activated, strengthening the gold-and-silver fist with the power of various laws. Boom! Bang! The primordial divine fist collided with the destruction god's art of great destruction, and the destructive storm instantly exploded. A deafening explosion took place between the heavens and earth, shaking the surroundings. Whoosh! The destruction god's body charged out of the destructive storm, his figure rather ragged. Destruction god, you truly don't live up to your name. The Heaven Lord heartily laughed. The destruction god clenched his teeth, his heart seething with rage. Even though he was the destruction god, he had not managed to gain the slightest advantage in his direct clash with the Heaven Lord. In fact, he seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. On the other side, the death god was intimidated. In terms of destructive power, the destruction god was number 1 among the 8 great god eyes. No one dared to directly clash with him, but the Heaven Lord had done it. Destruction, let's work together. The death god transformed into a black streak of light and appeared at the destruction god's side. When death and destruction worked together, they were definitely the strongest offensive combination in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Not even the divine punishment, space-time, and life god deities dared to be careless. Death and decay. The death god focused his eyes on the Heaven Lord's body, and the energy of a death god descended. The Heaven Lord's ancient god-devil body dimmed a little. The death law, which could cause anything to move toward destruction, seemed to have some effect on the Heaven Lord's ancient god-devil body. The Heaven Lord's strength was also affected by the death law and gradually weakened. Death was not just a method to kill. It could also be used to weaken and restrain. Okay, restrain him. The destruction god coldly snorted. The destruction god activated his destruction god eye and unleashed 2 more beams of destruction energy. The restrained and weakened Heaven Lord was no longer as powerful in a direct confrontation. Although the Heavenly Lord's grievous injuries were feigned, in reality, he was still injured and not at his peak state. Don't get carried away. The Heaven Lord angrily roared. Primal energy erupted from the heavenly Tao God Eye, destroying all laws and order in a radius of tens of thousands of li boom. Bang! The death god's weakening was lifted, and the destruction god was caught off guard, a trickle of blood trickling down the corner of his lips. Retreat! The 2 god eye deities made up their minds. The Heaven Lord's strength was far too tyrannical. Even when working together, the 2 of them were no match. This was not the time to let their emotions affect their decisions. As gods, they had to yield and retreat. Die. The Heaven Lord immediately pursued. He could not miss out on such a good chance. If he allowed them to escape and recover to their peak state, the 2 god eye deities would definitely be on guard, making it much more difficult to kill them. Many experts had gathered in the northern region of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. The news of this battle spread like wildfire in an instant. The Heaven Lord's injuries had been faked. The Samsara god Eye of the 8 great god eyes had died, and the destruction god Eye and death god Eye had worked together to defeat and pursue the Heaven Lord. At this moment, the divine punishment, life, and space-time gods of the northern region were doing their utmost to search for the Heaven Lord. We can't let the Heaven Lord succeed. Space-time, you're the fastest. Hurry and get over there. The life and divine punishment gods felt their hearts sink. Once the Heaven Lord killed the 2 god eye deities, no one would be able to stop him. For a moment, the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods was thrown into turmoil. All the top-class experts began to gather in the north. Chapter 1554. In the northern region of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of light, 1 black and 1 gold, flew through the air, reducing everything around them to dust. Run! The death god was unprecedentedly nervous. At any other time, no one would have believed that a mighty god-eyed deity would show such an expression. Boom! Behind them, a gold and silver beam of light cut through the world, exuding a peerless pressure that forced all things in its path to submit. Useless struggle. The Heaven Lord coldly snorted as he punched. A terrifying force condensed and was released, crushing forward. The death god and destruction god immediately used their god eyes, using death and destruction energy to block the Heaven Lord's attack. Boom! Bang! A destructive explosion swept through the area. The two god-eyed deities fled once more. Too powerful. The destruction god was ghastly pale. He had suffered one of the Heaven Lord's attacks in his battle with the Heaven Lord, aggravating his injuries. In the pursuit, the Heaven Lord was unstoppable. The two of them fought with all their might, but they were only able to protect themselves, and their injuries only worsened. The destruction god was gradually losing ground. After all, he was only invincible in terms of destructive power. Speed and defense were his weaknesses. The two of them hoped that other experts would come to their aid as they fled. However, experts below the god level were powerless against the Heaven Lord. Any expert that came within the Heaven Lord's line of sight was easily obliterated. There was one time when two god kings came to their aid, but in the face of the Heaven Lord's overwhelming power, one died and one fled. The god king that escaped was only because the Heaven Lord's target was the two god-eyed deities. Space-time, divine punishment, life. The Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao god, I suddenly sensed these three god eyes. Against two god eyes, he had the absolute advantage and was unstoppable. But the five god eyes made things rather difficult. After all, the Heaven Lord was not at his peak, so he could not be careless. Reversal. The Heaven Lord immediately used his heavenly Tao god eye to invert the world. In a flash, the death god and destruction god changed directions. With this, the group changed directions, putting even more distance between them and the three god eyes. As the world was inverted, the Heaven Lord punched. Boom! Boom! Two beams of golden and silver light pierced through the sky at lightning speed. However, the two gods were no pushovers. The moment the Heaven Lord overturned the world, they immediately reacted and fled in the opposite direction. After all, they had seen this move many times, and this matter concerned their lives. So how could they be careless? But they still found it difficult to dodge the Heaven Lord's attack. Boom! The two of them circulated their god eyes, unleashing the power of destruction and death to resist. But the Heaven Lord's attacks were relentless. Wind, lightning, and fire wreaked havoc in this dimension. Go! The two god-eyed deities paid the price of being injured to escape the Heaven Lord's attack and flee once more. Gravity. The Heaven Lord activated his heavenly Tao God Eye, exerting supreme gravity on the world. Everything in the space sank. Break. The Destruction God activated his Destruction God Eye, unleashing a layer of destruction divine light that shattered the gravitational metal around him. Show! Show! The two God-Eye deities continued to flee, the Heaven Lord in hot pursuit. The Heaven Lord's attacks continued without pause. If the two God-Eye deities focused on defense, they would lose speed. If they wanted to escape, they could only ignore defense. Thus, they were bound to be injured by the Heaven Lord's attacks. In addition, this was also a drain on their God-Eye energy. If this continues, the two of us, the Death God's heart sank. As the Death God, he had never been pursued before and was never in such a desperate situation. He also knew that the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God I possessed incredible perception and vision. Every time he overturned the world, he would take them far away from the reinforcements of other experts, but they could only follow the path the Heaven Lord had given them. There's still hope. The Destruction Sovereign let out a gasp. His golden gaze was somewhat dim. The Heaven Lord's reappearance had alarmed the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods. More and more experts were gathering. When the time came, Experts would come from all directions. Even if the Heaven Lord overturned the world, it would be useless. You have no hope, the Heaven Lord grunted. He was well aware of his situation, so he needed to kill the destruction god as quickly as possible. Bang! The world was torn apart as two bolts of lightning and fire shot toward the two god-eye deities. Death light, destruction divine light. The two gods were forced to use their god eyes to defend against the Heaven Lord's attack. Boom! Bang! Crash! In this clash, the injuries of the two god-eye deities worsened. But at this moment, the two gods realized that the world had become much brighter and warmer. In the distance, a golden sun seemed to slowly rise. Bright sun god. The two god-eye deities seemed to see their savior and were extremely excited. I said before that you have no hope, the Heaven Lord coldly snorted, his icy voice coming from behind them. Two black dots suddenly appeared in front of them. Two enormous black gold warships were rapidly approaching. Your Excellency, I've kept you waiting. The left protector and right protector on the two warships called out in unison. No, how could this be? The death god and destruction god blurted out in alarm. As it turned out, the Heaven Lord had already planned everything. The remnants of the heaven-defying faction were already on their way. Activate the destruction weapons, the two protectors ordered. The great destruction weapons on the two black gold warships were ready to be activated at any moment. Kaboom! Two incomparably vast, white, crystalline beams of light shot out from the black gold warship. At the same time, the Heaven Lord used his heavenly Tao God Eye to control lightning and fire to fill up the area that the great destruction weapons could not reach. Every inch of the world was brimming with destruction energy. The two god-eye deities had nowhere to hide. Gravity. The Heaven Lord's eye flashed with a savage light. In the space filled with destructive storms, a gravity as heavy as a mountain suddenly descended. Plush! The destruction god's body trembled, and then he bent over and vomited blood. Destruction! The death god's mind trembled. He knew that the Heaven Lord planned to kill destruction first and then him. Although he didn't have a very good relationship with the destruction god, the three of them were still on the same side and had been friends for countless years. The death god was also in a terrible mood as he watched destruction about to be killed and his god, Origin, taken away. But he could not save the destruction god, so he could only use this chance to escape. Dish! The death god's body exuded a powerful death god energy that caused everything in the world to weaken and perish. Then he took the opportunity to escape to the other side. I'll be taking the second god eye. The Heaven Lord ignored the death god and condensed his bloodline. With the buff of the heavenly Tao God Eye, he unleashed a powerful attack. At the same time, the heaven-defying faction once more locked onto the destruction god. Boom! Bang! At this moment, the destruction god's body exploded with a dreadful energy that could annihilate all. Self-detonate. The heaven-defying faction members on the black gold warships were all terrified. The self-detonation of a god, and one with the strongest destructive power, the destruction god, meant that they were doomed. Samsara bind. The Heaven Lord immediately activated his heavenly Tao God Eye. The unique energy of the samsara bind and destruction energy mutually countered each other. When facing the samsara god's samsara bind, the Heaven Lord could only use the heavenly Tao God Eye's killing move to undo it. Hissus! The eye on the Heaven Lord's forehead exuded a gloomy mist that seemed to come from the samsara hell. The gloomy mist surrounded the explosion and engulfed it. Broom! Two terrifying energies clashed and battled. In the end, the gloomy mist was washed away by golden light, and the entire world was bathed in a golden light that could destroy all. The second is dead. Now it's the third. In the world of golden light, the Heaven Lord grunted and immediately moved out. The destruction god's self-detonation had been weakened by the samsara bind and no longer possessed that terrifying power. It posed no threat to the ancient god-devil body and samsara immortal body at all. "Dish!" In a flash of light, the Heaven Lord pursued. "I can't resist." The death god's mind trembled. He knew that the destruction god knew that he couldn't escape and was using his self-detonation to buy him a chance to escape. But the Heaven Lord was far too powerful, even surpassing the god level. Suddenly, "Stop!" An ethereal voice seemed to come from an endless distance. Space fiercely rippled as a white-haired elder descended in a flash of silver light. "Space-time." The death god's eyes flashed. "One dead." The space-time god had an extremely grim expression. He was still one step too late. At the same time, a scorching golden-red light shone down. A shrill and excited cry resounded through the world. A moment later, a man appeared, golden-red wings wrapped around his body and exuding boundless heat and light. "Huh! Death god I'll take your life next time." The Heaven Lord calmly glanced at the space-time god and bright sun god. It wasn't that he was afraid of these two, but that he was not at his peak. Killing the samsara god and pursuing the destruction god and death god had consumed a great deal of his energy. He had also used the heavenly Tao god I's abilities far too often. "Want to leave?" The space-time god's eyes focused, cold light flashing through them. Suddenly, kaboom! Heaven and earth shook, and the power of the Annihilation Sovereign surged through the fan universe. Golden specks of light began to gather toward the eye at the center of the Heaven Lord's forehead. The destruction god I's power. The Heaven Lord spread open his arms and opened his heavenly Tao god eye to receive this destruction origin energy. Behind him, the 8 great god eyes grew even more focused and even closer. The outline of the mysterious eye in the center also became somewhat clearer. A desolate ancestor energy that reigned supreme over all began to spread out, causing all things to submit and the laws of the world to tremble. At this moment, everyone inexplicably trembled and felt themselves to be incredibly insignificant. Far in the distance, a youth dressed in a crystalline robe appeared. This was none other than Zhao Feng. Upon returning to the life-sacred land, he learned of the Heaven Lord's movements. But by the time he reached the north, it would already be too late. Thus, he borrowed the memories of other experts and used thought teleportation to arrive. The energy of the ancestral eye. Zhao Feng's mind trembled. After killing a second god eye deity, the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao god, I had taken another step toward evolving into the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. Thump thump, thump thump. Within the origin dimension, the dreamy silver ball throbbed, pouring out large amounts of dream origin energy. Hiss. Feeling a piercing pain, Zhao Feng couldn't help but cover his left eye. He sensed that the dreamy silver ball contained an even more powerful energy that wanted to break through its shackles. Chapter 1555. In the void, the Heaven Lord spread open his arms and accepted the destruction god power descending from the fan universe. The aura emanating from the eye on his forehead grew more and more intense, shaking the wild lens and causing all living things to acknowledge allegiance. The natural order in the area trembled, as if the Lord of Heaven were above all things. Everyone present, including death, space-time, and the bright sun hegemon, felt their hearts tremble for some reason. Everyone suddenly felt that they had become incomparably small. The space-time hegemon, who had just been preparing to attack, couldn't help but pause. The heavenly Tao god eye was the bane of any of the 8 great god eyes, and the Heaven Lord had become even stronger, so strong that the space-time god did not even have the courage to attack. After absorbing the destruction god's power, the world-shaking energy began to recede into the Heaven Lord's body. 8 great god eyes, you only have a few more days to live. The Heaven Lord chuckled and shot off into the distance. In the distance, the members of the Heaven-defying faction had the protection of their warships, so their losses were not severe. Go. The Heaven Lord led the members of the Heaven-defying faction away. Before long, two powerful auras descended. They were the Life Sovereign and the Heavenly Punishment Sovereign. Looking at the situation, they had already roughly guessed the situation. The Heaven Lord is too dangerous. The space-time god, I slightly lowered his head, forced to admit this. We must eradicate it as soon as possible. The divine punishment Hegemon's face was solemn and dignified. I'm afraid the few of us are not his match. The Life Sovereign immediately said, when the death and destruction gods worked together, the Heaven Lord was still able to kill one of them. If the space-time god and the bright sun god hadn't arrived in time, the death god probably wouldn't have survived either. And now that the Heaven Lord had obtained a second god-eye origin, he was even stronger. Not even the four god-eye deities working together would be able to do anything to him. If they fell for another of the Heaven Lord's schemes and lost a god-eye, they would truly be finished. As such, he needed to recover from his injuries as soon as possible, gather the strength of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, and discuss countermeasures. At this moment, Wang Hu. On the other side, Zhao Feng's left, I released a large amount of dream origin energy, causing the entire world to tremble in dreamy colors. This is... The bright sun sovereign stared at the distant Zhao Feng with a stunned look on his face. The ninth god-eye. The Life Sovereign looked over as well. His god-eye is getting stronger and stronger. The divine punishment god stared at Zhao Feng's left eye in shock. From Zhao Feng's body he felt an incomparably powerful force, which was good news for the current situation. The power of the god-eye was indispensable to fighting against the Heaven Lord. It might be the stimulation of the heavenly Tao god-eye. The chief sovereign of death murmured. The 8 great god-eyes all responded to the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao god-eye. Zhao Feng had not been able to use the full power of the 9th god-eye before, but now that he was stimulated by the heavenly Tao god-eye, he should be even stronger. At this moment, the death god was no longer interested in Zhao Feng's 9th god-eye. Right now, dealing with the Heaven Lord was the most important task. There was no longer any hostility between god-eyes. He actually hoped that Zhao Feng could reach the same level as them, so that he could be of some use against the Heaven Lord. Retreat. The space-time Hegemon let out a sigh. Everyone, why don't you come to my life-sacred land? The life god, I extended an invitation. Although the Heaven Lord had retreated, no one knew if this was part of his plan or not. Thus, it was best for the 4 great god-eyes to stay together, lest the Heaven Lord take advantage of this opening. Moreover, the life god could heal the injuries of the other god-eyes and help them recover to their peak condition as quickly as possible. Life, you don't mind me, right? The death god gave a mocking smile. We must eliminate the Heaven Lord as quickly as possible. Let's discuss our plan in the life god's sacred land. The bright sun god proposed. Okay. The life god agreed. Just like that, the gods returned to the life-sacred land, and Zhao Feng followed them on their return journey. The news of the deaths of the Samsara god I and Destruction god I quickly spread throughout the ancient, desolate realm of gods, shocking everyone. In their minds, gods had always been the supreme experts of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, undying and indestructible. No one had ever imagined that 2 of the 8 great god-eyes deities would die, one after another. Once the gods returned to the life-sacred land, they issued a summons to all the experts of the ancient, desolate realm of gods to discuss countermeasures. The life-sacred land began to rebuild after the war. As for the god-eye deities, they entered seclusion. The explosions of the ancestral artifact and the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom had damaged their foundations and could not be healed so quickly. They needed the life god's power. For figures sat cross-legged in a secret chamber brimming with pure vitality. They were none other than the 4 god-eye deities. I didn't think that one of the 8 great god-eyes would die. The death god sighed. Although he was the death god, he had almost died to the Heaven Lord. Don't think too much about it. If we can recover before the Heaven Lord does, We'll be able to catch him off guard. The life god softly said. During the healing process, the life god realized that the four god eyes had a certain connection that allowed them to heal far more effectively than she had imagined. In this way, they might be able to recover before the Heaven Lord did. The divine punishment god softly replied, in a certain palace in the life-sacred land. Brother Feng, if the Heaven Lord really fuses with the heavenly Tao ancestral eye, do you think the world will vanish like a dream, just as the legends say? Zhao Yufei lay on Zhao Feng's chest, a serene expression on her face. It won't. Zhao Feng hesitated for a few moments before saying, but in truth, this was not what he was thinking. Based on what Zhao Feng knew, the heaven-defying faction's goal was to leave this world. The Heaven Lord was fusing with the heavenly Tao ancestral eye to achieve this goal. Thus, this legend was very likely to be true. In the end, the Heaven Lord is just one person. The God-eye deities will eliminate him and put a stop to all this. Zhao Feng gently stroked Zhao Yufei's soft hair. Brother Feng. Zhao Yufei looked worriedly at Zhao Feng. She had once been happy that Zhao Feng had the ninth god-eye, as Zhao Feng was certain to become an expert. But now, as the ninth god-eye, Zhao Feng was also the Heaven Lord's target and needed to participate in the battle against the Heaven Lord. Zhao Feng clenched his fists. The Heaven Lord had to be eliminated, or else who knew what would happen to the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Time slowly passed. The heaven-defying faction and the Heaven Lord seemed to evaporate into thin air, with no news coming from them. The ancient, desolate realm of gods gradually regained its peace. Summoned by the life-sacred land's four god-eye deities and the bright sun god, many experts of the ancient, desolate realm of gods began to gather. One of the 8 great god-eyes, the myriad forms god-eye that had always remained neutral, arrived at the life-sacred land 1 year later. 5 years quickly passed. The 4 god-eye deities used this time to recover from their injuries, leaving everything to the myriad forms god-eye and the bright sun god. During this time, Zhao Feng also did not rest, rushing around. Zhao Feng did not know if the Heaven Lord was still watching him. Not even god-eye deities could contend against the Heaven Lord. If his ninth god-eye was also in the Heaven Lord's hunting range, then Zhao Feng was in far too much danger. Even though he had the dream god-eye, it was still insignificant to the Heaven Lord, someone who could be easily crushed. Thus, Zhao Feng continued to rush around, gathering space ancestral artifact fragments. Once he obtained all the space ancestral artifact fragments, Heaven Ascendant would automatically absorb them and form a complete ancestral artifact. If he had a complete defensive ancestral artifact, he would have a powerful, life-saving trump card. In the war with the heaven-defying faction, Zhao Feng had obtained many spoils of war, including many ancestral artifact fragments. He had used these ancestral artifact fragments and other benefits to exchange for space ancestral artifact fragments from other experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods. In these 5 years, Zhao Feng had obtained 2 fragments and discovered one himself. I'm back here again. One day, Zhao Feng returned to the Gulong Zone. Based on the reports he had obtained, the Gulong Zone's heaven-devouring sacred land's God King, Swallow Devour, had a space ancestral artifact fragment. The heaven-devouring sacred land floated in the air above a holy land in the Gulong Zone. The moment Zhao Feng arrived, he alarmed the experts of the heaven-devouring sacred land. Who has come? An elderly and dignified voice came from within the heaven-devouring sacred land's domain. Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng calmly said. A few moments later, an opening appeared in the domain, and a white-haired elder slowly stepped out. Strange and ancient black runes had been carved into his cheeks. I didn't think that it would be the 9th god-eye Zhao Feng paying a visit. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. The elder immediately welcomed Zhao Feng in. Zhao Feng's deeds had long ago spread. It should have been a major event that would have shaken the ancient desolate realm. but it had been overshadowed by the Heaven Lord. Even so, no one in the ancient, desolate realm of gods dared to underestimate Zhao Feng. At the very least, all those who had once coveted the ninth god I had given up on the idea. Under the Elder's guidance, Zhao Feng arrived at the main hall of the heaven-devouring sacred land. Before he even entered the hall, he heard a resounding voice. "For what matter has the ninth god I personally come to pay a visit?" Upon entering the hall, Zhao Feng saw a tall and brawny man seated at the head of the hall. The life-sacred land's four god deities have issued a summons to discuss a plan to resist the Heaven Lord. Why hasn't God King, Swallow Devour, moved out yet? Zhao Feng was rather surprised. This matter was caused by the 8 great god eyes. I am confident that the god eye deities can deal with it. God King, Swallow Devour laughed. In his view, the Heaven Lord's goal was only the god eyes and had little to do with them. Besides the 2 fallen god eye deities, weren't there still 6 god eyes? That should be enough to deal with the Heaven Lord. God King Swallow Devour was not the only one with this idea. Zhao Feng had encountered several other god kings in his search for the ancestral artifact fragment. But you didn't come this time to persuade me to join the resistance against the Heaven Lord, did you? God King Swallow Devour asked. Seeing that God King Swallow Devour was so direct, Zhao Feng dropped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. I heard that God King Swallow Devour has a space ancestral artifact fragment. Is this true? Oh, you're interested in my space ancestral artifact fragment? God King Swallow Devour narrowed his eyes. In truth, he had long ago heard that Zhao Feng was searching for a space ancestral artifact fragment, apparently so that he could fuse it into a complete ancestral artifact. This was precisely why God King Swallow Devour had intentionally leaked this information. God King Swallow Devour, what are your conditions? Zhao Feng faintly smiled. He was confident that God King Swallow Devour knew his goal. Zhao Feng, you're collecting space ancestral artifact fragments to fight against the Heaven Lord, right? If you're willing to exchange your space pseudo-ancestral artifact fragment with me, I, God King Swallow Devour, will join the resistance against the Heaven Lord. God King Swallow Devour urgently declared with a righteous expression. Zhao Feng's eyes glimmered. It turned out that God King Swallow Devour was also interested in the pseudo-ancestral artifact. Moreover, you can't use the full power of your god eye. I'll be more useful in the war against the Heaven Lord in your place. God King Swallow Devour spoke once more, exuding a dreadful pressure. The heaven-devouring sacred land was ranked in the middle of the 18 sacred lands of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, and God King Swallow Devour himself had the strength of a top-class God King. If God King Swallow Devour had the complete ancestral artifact, he would be able to use the power of a god. Even if it was just a space pseudo-ancestral artifact, God King Swallow Devour's strength would be greatly boosted, allowing him to approach the god level. Chapter 1556. God King Swallow Devour, you're underestimating the ninth god eye. Zhao Feng calmly smiled at God King Swallow Devour's words. After breaking into the third heaven, even without using the dream god eye or the pseudo-ancestral artifact, Zhao Feng had the strength of an ordinary god king. If he used the power of these two, he could even fight against a top-class god king. Some time ago, he had witnessed the evolution of the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God Eye, and the stimulation of the dream god eye had apparently caused it to grow stronger. Although Zhao Feng didn't feel anything obvious, he was sure that he had more dream origin energy than before. He could use it for a long time without any worries. Oh, do you believe that you'll be more useful in this battle than I am? God King Swallow Devour's lips curled into a profound smile. He had once fantasized about becoming the ninth god eye, but as Zhao Feng matured, he gradually gave up on this idea, not wanting to offend Zhao Feng. However, this did not mean that God King Swallow Devour believed himself to be inferior to Zhao Feng. At the very least, Zhao Feng had only just broken into the third heaven and could not use the full power of the ninth god eye. This one said nothing of the sort. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. No matter what, you seem to be extremely confident in your own strength. Why don't we have a simple match? If you win, I'll give you the space ancestral artifact fragment. But if I win, you have to agree to trade your pseudo-ancestral artifact to me. God King Swallow Devour gave a careless smile, and then his eyes glimmered as he slowly spoke. God King Swallow Devour's proposal was apparently more beneficial to Zhao Feng. After all, if Zhao Feng won, he would directly obtain the pseudo-ancestral artifact fragment, but if he lost, he would just have to trade his pseudo-ancestral artifact. Okay, I also want to experience God King Swallow Devour's abilities. Zhao Feng thought for a while before agreeing. Okay, let's go. God King Swallow Devour gave a smug smile. In his view, although Zhao Feng had the ninth god eye, it was precisely because of this that Zhao Feng was too proud and conceited. The heaven-devouring sacred land was located on the edge of the ancient desolate realm of gods, and was rather low-key. But God King Swallow Devour was definitely a top-class expert amongst god kings. Once he obtained the pseudo-ancestral artifact in Zhao Feng's hands, gathered the fragments, and fused them into a supreme ancestral artifact, he would become a God King ruler. Even if Zhao Feng became a ruler, he wouldn't be afraid. It didn't take long before the two were transported to a separate dimension, and God King Swallow Devour had called over some of the upper echelon members to observe this battle. Zhao Feng, let's begin. God King Swallow Devour faintly smiled. In a split second, the blood in his body surged, and his body expanded continuously. 2 black horns grew out of his head. The black patterns on God King Swallow Devour's body rapidly twisted and surged into his sinister mouth. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The chaos force and tribulation lightning force in Zhao Feng's hand surged, instantly turning into a dark chaos lightning sword. God King Swallow Devour had activated his bloodline power from the very start, clearly determined to obtain the pseudo-ancestral artifact. Zhao Feng wasn't polite either. After all, top-class God Kings were truly not easy to deal with. God King Charflame and God King Golden Dragon, whom Zhao Feng had faced before, were ordinary God Kings, while God King Swallow Devour and the Illusion God race's God King Nethercloud were top-class God Kings. Dish! An enormous primal chaos tribulation, lightning, sword flew forward. Swallow! God King Swallow Devour opened his mouth, and a black vortex appeared in front of the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword, exuding a powerful devouring energy that sucked in the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. Primal chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy? It's a little hard to swallow. God King Swallow Devour's expression flickered. If this was an ordinary third heaven god Lord's attack, he would have instantly devoured it. Although primal chaos energy had the devouring attribute, the heaven-devouring race was famed for its devouring, so it was undoubtedly stronger. A few moments later, God King Swallow Devour had absorbed the sword energy. God King Swallow Devour's stomach also swelled up. Go! God King Swallow Devour bellowed, spitting out a ball of primal chaos tribulation lightning energy. This ball contained not only primal chaos tribulation lightning energy, but also God King Swallow Devour's own divine power. The heaven-devouring race could devour energy and make it their own. As expected of the heaven-devouring race, Zhao Feng circulated his divine power and activated Heaven Ascendant. In a flash, an extremely solid spatial barrier engulfed Zhao Feng's body. As the gloomy sphere bombarded him, it was weakened by layer after layer. Bang! In the end, the sword energy was blocked by the pseudo-ancestral artifact. It really is the pseudo-ancestral artifact, Heaven Ascendant, and it's extremely complete. God King Swallow Devour stared at the crystalline robe on Zhao Feng's body, making no attempt to conceal his greed. Swallow! God King Swallow Devour stared at Zhao Feng and opened his mouth. In a flash, a black vortex formed where Zhao Feng stood. Dish! Zhao Feng's figure flashed as he retreated, but the black vortex still managed to devour some of his divine power and the pseudo-ancestral artifact's energy. It seems like top-class God Kings really can't be underestimated. Zhao Feng chuckled. Boom! Hiss! Primal chaos, divine power, and tribulation lightning energy circulated, and several dozen primal chaos tribulation lightning swords appeared in front of Zhao Feng. With a wave of his hand, all the primal chaos tribulation lightning swords flew out. Okay, this old man will accept them. God King Swallow Devour heartily laughed as he opened his savage black mouth and inhaled. A black vortex appeared with him at the center, exuding a powerful suction that devoured everything in the world. Swallow! God King Swallow Devour bellowed, and the black vortex's devouring power swelled, devouring the energy of the surrounding primal chaos tribulation lightning swords. What a powerful devouring ability! Zhao Feng was alarmed as he suddenly thought of something. At this moment, God King Swallow Devour opened his mouth and spat out a heaven-shaking energy. Boom, boom, boom. A vast and chaotic energy of primal chaos and tribulation lightning surged forward, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Fortunately, Zhao Feng had long ago anticipated this situation, and he had already formed a primal chaos lightning vortex around him. Boom! Bang! God King Swallow Devour's powerful attack slammed into the primal chaos lightning vortex. The two clashed for a few moments before the primal chaos lightning vortex shattered. But even deeper than that was the defense of the pseudo-ancestral artifact. The pseudo-ancestral artifact was not omnipotent, and it was still rather strained against the powerful attacks of a top-class God King. Fortunately, the primal chaos lightning vortex had weakened God King Swallow Devour's attack, or else it would have been very difficult. Haha, Zhao Feng, you've only just broken into the third heaven. It's already quite good that you were able to exchange a few blows with this old man. God King Swallow Devour heartily laughed as if he had already obtained the pseudo-ancestral artifact. The heaven-devouring race devours external energy and transforms it into their own. If I don't let them devour it, the heaven-devouring race's strength will be greatly reduced. Zhao Feng thought to himself, the devouring ability of the heaven-devouring race was also a powerful defense. The more one attacked, the stronger the opponent would be. But if he didn't attack, how could he defeat it? It's rumored that the heaven-devouring race can devour all things. Let my ninth god, I have a taste of you. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something and regained his composure. The Dream Dao. God King Swallow Devour was not worried. He could even devour the death, destruction, and space-time energies of the 8 great god eyes. It was rumored that the 9th god eye was skilled in the Dream Dao, but God King Swallow Devour had once fought with a Dream Dao expert and devoured their Dream Dao energy. Dreamification. Zhao Feng circulated vast amounts of origin energy, and the dreamy mist in his left eye began to spin around him, dyeing the world in a dreamy and illusory light. Everything in front of Zhao Feng became dazzling and dreamy. What was different was that everything in Zhao Feng's vision had become transparent and illusory. This had not been the case before. This energy. God King Swallow Devour's face froze. At this moment, he felt like he had been inexplicably weakened. This energy did not seem to be Dream Dao energy. Swallow. God King Swallow Devour immediately activated his devouring law. Hisses. A black vortex appeared in the air. But the dreamy colors of the world did not diminish in the slightest, as if they were unaffected. I can't devour dream origin energy. Zhao Feng noticed this. It seemed like his dream origin was extremely unique. Extinguish. The power of thought revolved, and with a thought, the black vortex suddenly dissipated. The power of dreamification has gotten even stronger. Zhao Feng was startled. At this moment, everything in his vision had become transparent and illusory, as if it had always been fake and Zhao Feng could easily erase it. Zhao Feng once more circulated his thought power, this time targeting God King Swallow Devour. In the past, the power of dreamification could at most erase experts of the same level, but it would have little effect on higher-level experts. But this time, Zhao Feng wanted to try. In a flash, an indescribable and mysterious energy descended on God King Swallow Devour. A moment later, God King Swallow Devour sensed that his divine body, divine power, and bloodline energy were slowly vanishing. No, how could this be? God King Swallow Devour circulated all his energy to resist the mystical power of the ninth God Eye. Although the rate at which his energy was disappearing was somewhat slower, God King Swallow Devour was still incapable of stopping it. It seems like dreamification's power truly has gotten stronger, and the heaven-devouring race bloodline is a little low level, so its resistance isn't very effective. Zhao Feng's analysis was much clearer. Then I'll attack and defeat you first. God King Swallow Devour's face turned savage as he charged forward. Boom! God King Swallow Devour thrust out a palm, sending a massive wave of black energy toward Zhao Feng, exuding a powerful devouring energy. Extinguish! Zhao Feng suddenly had a thought. A strange energy descended upon the palm. Although it did not dissipate, it greatly weakened the attack. Boom! Bang! The weakened palm strike was blocked by the pseudo-ancestral artifact. The heaven-devouring race was not very strong and relied mainly on devouring the energy of others. And now that God King Swallow Devour's attack was weakened by dreamification, it became even more ordinary. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. It seemed like this battle was over. In terms of speed, he was no slower than God King Swallow Devour, and for defense, he had the pseudo-ancestral artifact. Meanwhile, God King Swallow Devour was being constantly weakened by dreamification. This weakening was not to injure him, but to make certain aspects of God King Swallow Devour vanish, damaging his foundation. After trying out a few more attacks, God King Swallow Devour gave up and called for a stop. Stop! I admit defeat. Dreamification was still affecting him, causing his strength to plummet. If this continued, he would only be left in an even worse position. Nearby, the upper echelon members of the heaven-devouring sacred land were stunned. God King Swallow Devour had admitted defeat, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The heaven-devouring race only grew stronger when they met stronger opponents, and they devoured the energy of others. Alas, God King Swallow Devour could not devour Dream Origin. Moreover, Zhao Feng's speed and defense were flawless, and his Dream God Eye had been stimulated by the Heavenly Tao God Eye to become even stronger. God King Swallow Devour could only admit defeat, or else his foundation would be affected by Zhao Feng. After admitting defeat, God King Swallow Devour could only hand over the space ancestral artifact fragment, still missing one piece. Heaven Ascendant told Zhao Feng. He was also rather excited. Could Zhao Feng really be able to restore him and restore the power of an ancestral artifact? Let's go back to the sacred land and gather some intelligence. At this time, many experts had gathered in the life sacred land. Perhaps he could get news of the last space ancestral artifact fragment from them. While Zhao Feng was returning to the life sacred land, outside the life sacred land, nearly 10 black-robed Heaven's legacy race members and Lu Qinqin had arrived. Chapter 1557. The arrival of the Heaven's legacy race's sage faction was a major shock to the life sacred land. Quite a few of the great powers knew that the Heaven's legacy race was divided into the Sage faction and the Heaven Defying faction. The two factions were clearly separated and no longer had any ties, but they understood far too little about the Heaven's legacy race, and they feared them far too much. In the end, they were still somewhat worried. "Why have you come from afar?" The bright sun, sovereign, spoke. "The heaven-defying faction has caused such chaos in the ancient desolate realm of gods, and as a member of the heaven's legacy race, this old man feels deeply ashamed. I have come to the life-sacred land to discuss a strategy to resist the Heaven Lord." Yu Tianwu took the initiative to slash out and calmly explained. Yu Tianwu remained completely unaffected when facing such a situation, and every single move he made was calm and wise, causing others to be unable to refuse him. Many experts of the life-sacred land were conversing with each other mentally. They naturally understood the capabilities of the Heaven's legacy race. With the help of the Sage faction, dealing with the heaven-defying faction would be much easier, but they still could not completely trust the Sage faction, especially in this special period. If they made the slightest mistake, the Heaven Lord might completely defeat them. Within the crowd, the myriad manifestations hegemon had a rather calm expression on his face. He stared intently at the members of the Sage faction, his gaze finally coming to rest on a white-robed woman. The woman was elegant and refined, like a green lotus in an ink painting. She was otherworldly, mysterious, and elegant. Many members of the life-sacred land couldn't help but stare at this woman. However, the reason why the myriad forms hegemon was paying attention to Lu Qinxin wasn't because of her appearance. Rather, it was because of that unique and familiar aura. This person, the myriad forms hegemon, closed his eyes, carefully sensing and thinking. But suddenly an ethereal and elegant voice entered the myriad creation hegemon's mind. "Myriad creation, you don't even remember me?" Opening his eyes, the hegemon of myriad manifestations and Lu Qinxin stared at each other from afar. "You are fate." The myriad forms hegemon was slightly startled. "The destiny god I?" The bright sun sovereign was shocked. Now, the most mysterious of the 8 great god eyes, the destiny god I, had appeared. "Everyone, please enter." The bright sun sovereign opened the barrier around the Holy Land. The Heaven Lord's goal was the 8 great god eyes, and the destiny god I was also his goal. This made everyone unconditionally trust the Sage faction, and they were even more confident that the destiny god I would not play around with its life. The destiny god I? Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. As the dream god I evolved, he had this feeling when he saw Lu Qinxin, but he still found it hard to believe that Lu Qinxin was the destiny god I. "Feng, you're back too." Lu Qinxin looked at Zhao Feng with a hint of joy in her emotionless eyes. "I didn't expect you and the wise man to come as well." Yu Tianwu and Lu Qinxin had both come out of seclusion, as well as many other wise men. This showed how serious the matter was. "Fate, you should have predicted all of this beforehand. Why didn't you inform us?" "Otherwise," hegemon myriad forms immediately asked. "The destiny god, I knew the fate of the world. Before the Heaven Lord obtained the heavenly Tao God I, he would have definitely been able to see some clues." At the same time, the myriad forms god also sensed that Lu Qinxin's god eye energy was not very strong. In truth, a long time ago, the ancient desolate realm of gods only had the 7 great god eyes. Lu Qinxin slowly explained. As the chief sovereign of fate, she knew the past, the future, and virtually everything. However, if she knew too much, she would discover even more problems. The chief sovereign of fate began to doubt this world and wanted to know its true face. Thus, she chose to seal her destiny origin and immerse herself in endless cycles of reincarnation so that she could comprehend the world and understand the truth. This was why she said that a long time ago the ancient desolate realm of gods only had the 7 great god eyes. So that's how it is. The myriad forms God side. The Heaven Lord's plan had gone so smoothly because he had found this loophole. Zhao Feng nodded. He also understood that Lu Qinxin and Lu Qinin were both the chief sovereigns of fate. "Do you have any plans?" The myriad forms god asked. "None at the moment. The Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God Eye has already absorbed 2 God Eye origins and is above all our God Eyes. Not even the Destiny God Eye can see his future. A troubled expression appeared on Lu Qinxin's face. There has to be a way. The myriad forms God confidently said. Although the Destiny God Eye could not predict the Heaven Lord's future, with the Destiny God Eye's help, they had a chance of dealing with the Heaven Lord's schemes. The Sage faction could also effectively counter some of the Heaven-defying faction's methods. Correct. Lu Qinxi nodded. The Tao of Fate was abstruse and profound. There were no absolutes. Even certain death could be reversed. But now they had to wait for the 4 God Eyes to recover from their injuries. The space-time, divine punishment, death, and life God Eye deities could be said to be the backbone of the resistance against the Heaven Lord. With the addition of the Sage faction, the Life Sacred Land's defensive arrays had been upgraded, becoming even sturdier and able to easily switch between offense and defense. Time slowly passed, and all the members of the Life Sacred Land began to prepare. One day, Zhao Feng went to find Lu Qinxin. Qinxin, there's something I need your help with. Zhao Feng smiled. Lu Qinxin's Destiny God Eye was in the process of awakening and becoming omniscient. You want to ask about the last space ancestral artifact fragment, right? Lu Qinxin had already guessed it before Zhao Feng even said it. Correct. Zhao Feng was somewhat delighted, as expected of the Destiny God Eye, but at the same time he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. This was because he sensed that he might not be able to find the last ancestral artifact fragment. As the Destiny God Eye, if Lu Qinxin had known this long ago, she would have helped Zhao Feng resolve this need. It's in the hands of the Heaven-defying faction. Lu Qinxin replied. The forging of a pseudo-ancestral artifact only required 70% of the fragment. For this reason, the Heaven-defying faction had not fused all of its fragments into the ancestral artifact. The extra fragments had been given to the experts of its faction to increase their fighting power. For example, the first space fragment Zhao Feng had obtained had been borrowed from the Heaven-defying faction. Thus, Zhao Feng had long ago guessed at this possibility. Zhao Feng's heart sank. It seemed like the pseudo-ancestral artifact, Heaven Ascendant, would find it very difficult to reappear in its complete form. Since this was the case, he would not force the issue. Feng, your God Eye is an indispensable force in the fight against the Heaven Lord. Lu Qinxin gave a profound smile to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng nodded. Perhaps the Destiny God I had already deduced that the God Eye Alliance and the Heaven Lord were evenly matched. If his God Eye were to completely awaken, he would be able to influence the Heaven Lord. Before the final battle began, Zhao Feng entered seclusion. The battle would probably begin once the 4 God Eye deities or the Heaven Lord recovered from their injuries. With only a little time left, he would improve as much as he could. During his seclusion, Zhao Feng divided his mind into many parts, one of which was to study the Dream God Eye. When Zhao Feng saw the Heaven Lord absorb the destruction origin, he vaguely sensed that his Dream God Eye seemed to be hiding an even greater power. If only he could activate it. The second part was to cultivate the Primal Chaos Scripture. The offensive power of the Primal Chaos Divine Sword was no longer enough. He needed to cultivate even more offensive combat skills. Zhao Feng used the rest of his mind to comprehend the Tribulation, Lightning, Sacred Scripture that the Divine Punishment God had shown him. These 2 paramount scriptures still had many contents that Zhao Feng had yet to touch upon, and he also needed to become a God King. Anyone with a God Eye would become a god once they became a god. Only a God King could use 100% of the God Eye's power. Time slowly passed, and the ancient desolate realm of gods fell silent. However, this kind of silence was a little strange. Everyone expected that there would come a day when this silence would be broken. 5 years later, in a secret chamber in the Life Sacred Land, Lu Qinxin suddenly opened her eyes. The Heaven Lord has begun to move. Lu Qinshin's expression was grim. At this time, the four god-eye deities were still in seclusion. One day later, a piece of news shook the sacred land. "My lords, the heaven-defying faction has begun to move. The Spirit Spring sacred land in the eastern part of the ancient, desolate realm of gods has been captured." This news caused the Silent Life sacred land to seethe with excitement. The heaven-defying faction had appeared and had brazenly captured a sacred land. The many great powers of the ancient, desolate realm of gods were gathered in the conference hall, and the mood was grim. Why haven't they attacked us? God King Charflame was rather confused. The Heaven Lord's targets were the 8 great god-eyes. 2 of the god-eyes had been killed, and the remaining 6 god-eyes were all in the life-sacred land. But the Heaven Lord had chosen to attack other sacred lands instead of a sacred land. Wasn't this just harming himself? Your thinking is too simple. With the Heaven Lord's strength, what would he lose by attacking a sacred land that no one is living in? The myriad forms god had an extremely grim expression. Then, God King Charflame was speechless and he fell into deep thought. With the Heaven Lord and the heaven-defying faction strength, capturing a sacred land won't result in any losses. On the contrary, they'll be strengthening themselves. Yu Tianwu spoke up. That's right. With the power of the Samsara God-Eye, the Heaven Lord can use even more Samsara energy. Those people that die at his hands will become his strength. The myriad forms, God angrily said, if the Heaven Lord directly attacked the life-sacred land, the outcome might not be certain. At this time, the life-sacred land had gathered the majority of the ancient, desolate realm of God's forces. Besides the god-eye deities, there were also the bright sun god and 2 other gods. Moreover, the life-sacred land was already prepared to fight. Even the heaven-defying faction, led by the Heaven Lord, would find it hard to win against this force. But the heaven-defying faction had seen through all of this. The Heaven Lord did not recklessly attack, but first recruited soldiers to expand his faction. Several more days passed, reporting, "The Gulong Zone's heaven-devouring sacred land has fallen." Back then, Zhao Feng had even visited the heaven-devouring sacred land, but God King Swallow Devour appeared unconcerned. He believed that this was a matter between the Heaven Lord and the God-Eyes, and that the God-Eyes should be able to resolve it. Gradually, the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods began to panic. Those factions and experts who had the same idea began to move toward the life-sacred land. Even the life-sacred land's sworn enemy, the fallen heaven's sacred land, thickened its skin and joined in. This was the only safe place in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Reporting, "The Blood Spirit sacred land has fallen." The Blood Spirit sacred land was a sacred land on the northeast edge, rather far from the life-sacred land. On this day, a god energy that could shake the heavens soared into the sky above the life-sacred land. The 4 god-eye deities had finally come out of seclusion. Chapter 1558. The appearance of the 4 god-eye deities in seclusion instantly calmed the worried life-sacred land. The 4 god-eye deities immediately learned of the recent events through the other upper echelon members. The Heaven Lord recovered before us? The Life Sovereign was somewhat surprised. She believed that if the Heaven Master hadn't fully recovered, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Is the heaven-defying faction trying to turn the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods upside down? The divine punishment Hegemon's face turned slightly cold. In the Heaven Lord's hands, the Samsara origin is even more powerful. The chief sovereign of death couldn't help but sigh. Even Samsara God King himself could not produce a large number of high-grade Samsara immortal bodies in a short period of time. The 4 god-eye deities all had different reactions after learning all this, but they all shared one thing in common: their fear of the Heaven Lord and their determination to eradicate him. What should we do now? An old man with a white beard stepped forward. His figure was ramrod straight and emitted an extremely sharp and terrifying sword intent. His entire person was like an ancient sword that had been sealed in dust. It seemed simple and unadorned, but it actually contained boundless power. This person was the famous celestial sword god of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Once the god-eye deities gave the order, the various experts of the ancient, desolate realm of gods began to gather, including gods. As for the celestial sword hegemon, he was one of the hegemons of a holy land of the Tao of the sword. His powerful sword arts could shake gods and ghosts alike. If we just sit here and wait for death, the Heaven Lord will definitely expand his faction to a level even stronger than ours, and then attack the life-sacred land. Yu Tianwu said slowly. He had a good understanding of Yu Tianshu. Although this person was a bit crazy at times, if there were other methods that could make it easier for him to win, Yu Tianshu would definitely use them. In other words, we can only take the initiative to attack. A black-haired, black-clothed young man spoke, exuding the aura of a king. Besides the god-eye deities, the life-sacred land also had 3 gods. The bright sun god of the golden crow race, the celestial sword god of the sword Tao sacred land, and the black-clothed youth, the youngest and most talented god of the ancient desolate realm of gods, Sikong Dao. Let's move. The divine Wrath Chief Sovereign said softly. Although they had the advantage of the life-sacred land's terrain and had a greater chance of victory, they still had the advantage. But in the current situation, they had no choice but to attack and fight the Heaven Lord. Dong, 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 the sound of battle echoed through the life-sacred land. Within the dream divine kingdom, Zhao Feng was immersed in cultivating the primal chaos scripture and lightning tribulation scripture. Perhaps it was because of the immense pressure, but his seclusion during this period of time had yielded great results. First of all, the laws of time and lightning had reached the minor perfection stage. This would greatly increase Zhao Feng's overall strength. Secondly, he had comprehended a higher-level combat skill, the chaotic heaven covering hand. His control over the power of tribulation lightning had also reached a whole new level. To sum it up, even without using the pseudo-ancestral artifact or the dream god-eye, Zhao Feng was no weaker than a top-class god king. Right at this moment, a formless sound wave pierced through space and reverberated within the divine kingdom. Are we leaving? Zhao Feng slowly opened his eyes and retracted his powerful aura back into his body. Not long after, rumble, 2 silver warships, tens of thousands of feet long, flew out of the life-sacred land and into the clouds. These were the new warships that the Sage faction had used vast amounts of manpower and resources to build, and they were particularly outstanding in terms of defense. As the warships flew forward, the heavens' legacy array around them began to churn with enormous ripples of energy. The 2 battleships sped forward at an increasing speed, eventually disappearing into the rift. The heaven-defying faction was also skilled in divination. If they didn't want to clash with the God-Eye Alliance, they could just avoid them. However, the God-Eye Alliance now had the Sage faction and the Destiny God-Eye. Based on their calculations, the arrogant heaven-defying faction could not avoid them. Approaching the heaven-defying faction as quickly as possible was the best way to stop them from expanding their strength. Fortunately, the warships built by the Sage faction had the ability to use spatial shift, which was truly rare. However, each spatial shift consumed a whole batch of supreme quality god crystals. Along the way, the gods and god kings gathered in a secret hall in the core of the warships. The Heaven Lord already had the ancient god-devil body, and now he has the power of the Samsara God-Eye and the supreme destructive power of the Destruction God-Eye. His strength is not just a little bit above that of a god. Yu Tianwu was the first to speak, causing the atmosphere in the secret hall to turn grim and solemn. How should we defeat the Heaven Lord? The Heaven Lord has the heavenly Tao God Eye and the ancient God Devil body. He's very difficult to deal with. The experts expressed their opinions and formulated countermeasures. Our only advantage against the Heaven Lord is our numbers. Thus, we cannot easily split up. The best way is to work together and continuously exhaust the Heaven Lord's strength. Yu Tianwu slowly said, even the Heaven Lord's strength was not limitless and had its limits. We still need to rely on the God Eyes to deal with the Heaven Lord's core strength. The Destiny God, Lu Qinshin, said. At this moment, she was not only elegant and mysterious, but also had a convincing demeanor. Outsiders might not know, but all God Eyes knew that the powers of God Eyes could be very easily fused together. For example, the attacks of the Death God Eye and the Destruction God Eye could complement each other and create even greater power. The Death God Eye and the other God Kings who cultivated the Destruction Law would find it very difficult to have this sort of tacit understanding, and their powers would find it very difficult to fuse. Perhaps it was because of the God Eyes, other than the Destiny God Eye, which was not skilled in combat, and the Ninth God Eye, which could not use its full power. There were still 5 God Eyes that could fight. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure suddenly appeared. They're here. Lu Qinshin suddenly said, "Bzzz." Kaboom! Countless booms came from around the 2 white warships. In the distance, the world was dark and gloomy, but it exuded a hair-raising sense of danger, as if it was leading to the underworld of death. Kaboom! Black streams roiled. 2 black gold warships slowly appeared in the dark, quiet, and mysterious void. The 2 sides faced off, the dreadful pressure between them causing the space between them to twist and crack. Swish! Several figures suddenly appeared above the white warships. A mystical energy that seemed to reach the heavens spread out, restoring a sliver of light to the gloomy world and allowing the God Eye Alliance to clearly see the enemy's situation. Countless pitch-black figures floated around the 2 black gold warships, all of them exuding gloomy samsara energy. All of them were samsara immortal bodies. God King Swallow Devour. Zhao Feng immediately spotted God King Swallow Devour in these countless figures. At this moment, God King Swallow Devour was bound to the shell of a samsara immortal body, unable to break free, and his face was savage and terrifying. What a terrifying person! Xian Wuhing's expression was grim. He currently knew that the Heaven Lord had slaughtered the 3 sacred lands and captured countless souls to make them into his samsara immortal bodies. Of course, the Heaven Lord had already conquered the illusion god sacred land long before this. A white figure floated above those countless samsara immortal bodies, exuding a dreadful energy that made all things submit. Haha! This old man is deeply honored by the arrival of 6 God Eyes. The Heaven Lord suddenly laughed. At this moment, all the experts of the God Eye Alliance were observing this Heaven Lord, whose strength surpassed that of a god. All of them turned even more solemn, not daring to be careless. "Do it!" The Divine Punishment God snorted. At this stage, there was no point in continuing to waste words with the Heaven Lord. The other gods nodded. Boom! Bang! The heavens and earth shattered as an incomparably powerful force burst out, causing the surroundings to tremble. The 5 God Eye deities, the Bright Sun God, the Celestial Sword God, and Sikong Dao immediately charged at the Heaven Lord. What a terrifying energy! Zhao Feng's heart trembled. An ordinary God Lord would probably be scared out of their wits in the face of this energy. But the Heaven Lord gave a bizarre smile. Haha! The God Eye origins of all 6 of you God Eye deities are mine. Bang! The Heaven Lord's ancient race bloodline madly surged, unleashing a pressure that could shake the heavens. At the same time, the heavenly Tao God Eye on his forehead slowly opened. At this moment, the God Eyes of the other God Eye deities trembled, including Zhao Feng's Dream God Eye. The Heaven Lord's body flickered as he charged forward. Broom! 2 earth-shattering forces exploded from the clouds in the 9th heaven, and a terrible storm raged. The silver warships and black gold warships lowered their altitude to avoid the dreadful storms dominating the battlefield. At the same time, The experts of both sides charged out of the warships. Kill! A deafening roar could be heard as the two groups of people collided with one another. In a flash, chaotic energy and the stench of blood filled the air. I didn't think that this old man would become like this. Now that things have come to this, we can only enjoy the slaughter. The three abnormally powerful samsara immortal bodies of the heaven-defying faction began to converse. These three were the god kings of the Spirit Spring Sacred Land, the Blood Spirit Sacred Land, and the Heaven-Devouring Sacred Land. In the rear, the left protector began to chant, and layers of black mist began to rise from his back. Within this mist, one could faintly make out a pitch-black, cloaked figure with a pitch-black face and wrinkled, withered claws that savagely extended forward. The experts of the Life Sacred Land were overwhelmed by fear at this sight. The left protector's dreadful shaman arts and curses from the last Sacred Land War were still vivid in their minds. This time, this old man will end you. God King Radiant Peak charged forward from the Life Sacred Land side. Enter the battle. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng released the Black Destruction Dragon, his many clones, and the ancient beasts. This battle was of utmost importance, so Zhao Feng did not dare to be careless. At this moment, Zhao Feng sensed several powerful killing intents. As Zhao Feng scanned the battlefield with his god eye, he grimaced. The ones exuding killing intents were the divine emissaries that Zhao Feng had killed, and now they had all been revived. Zhao Feng, your time of death has come. Divine emissary Wu bellowed as he shot forward, black-violet energy surging around him as he transformed into a darkness god-devil. At the same time, divine emissary Chang, divine emissary Li Baiminghui, and the other divine emissaries charged at Zhao Feng. Chapter 1559. Zhao Feng hadn't expected that the divine emissaries who had died so many years ago would all be resurrected. And now there were 7 of them. The samsara eye had the two sides of life and death. The samsara of life could resurrect the dead and also control the samsara art. Of course, resurrecting the dead was not something that could be casually done. At the very least, those who had been dead for too long could not be resurrected. As for the samsara of death, it imprisoned the soul of the dead in the samsara god eye and made it an immortal slave under one's control. Using the samsara of life to resurrect the dead had an enormous price. But to the Heaven Lord, resurrecting a few third heavens was a trifling matter. Zhao Feng, if you follow the Heaven Lord, we will never die, but you will die. Bai Minghui stared at Zhao Feng, his eyes brimming with hatred as he jeered. Is that so? Every time you live, I'll kill you. Zhao Feng faintly chuckled, not caring at all. In the past, these people he had killed might have been powerful foes, but that was all in the past. Zhao Feng was improving with every passing moment, surpassing his past self. Arrogant. Divine emissary Wu couldn't help but laugh, his black and tyrannical energy crushing down. Demonic heaven palm. With a wave of his hand, a massive demonic palm covered in black patterns held forward, stirring up the winds and clouds. Break. Zhao Feng waved his hand, condensing a primal chaos tribulation lightning sword that shot forward. Boom! Bang! The giant devil palm shadow shattered with a loud bang. How so strong? Divine emissary Wu was flabbergasted. He hadn't been dead for very long, but now that he was resurrected, Zhao Feng had grown to this level. A casual attack from him was able to destroy the combat skill of his demon god race bloodline. Primal Chaos Fist. Time Blade. Destruction Dragon Breath. At the same time, the bloodline skills of the other divine emissaries descended. Zhao Feng's expression was calm, but the primal chaos tribulation lightning energy in his body surged out, forming a dark storm of lightning that wreaked havoc. Boom! Bang! The powerful battle skills bombarded the dark lightning storm from all directions, but they were all devoured and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, outside the dark thunderstorm. Zhao Feng, as expected of the holder of the ninth god eye, we are no match for you, but offending the heaven-defying faction will not end well for you either. Bai Minghui said with a low voice. Set up the formation, 7 stars enigmatic formation. Divine Emissary Wu shouted. At some point, a silver-black banner had appeared in the hands of the 7 divine emissaries. As soon as the flag appeared, a mystical force of the heavenly fortune formation was unleashed, forming a tremendous force that formed a gray space, trapping Zhao Feng within it. Are you prepared? Zhao Feng murmured. Even though he hadn't come into contact with the heaven-defying faction while he was growing stronger, he was still able to understand the heaven-defying faction. But the heaven-defying faction was no fool. They knew of Zhao Feng's potential, and the 7 divine emissaries were not enough to deal with Zhao Feng. Thus, the heaven-defying faction had long ago prepared an array for the divine emissaries. Not even a top-class god king would be able to escape. Die. The 7 divine emissaries controlled the 7 stars enigmatic formation and attacked Zhao Feng. In truth, they also found this hard to accept. 7 mighty divine emissaries working together actually needed to borrow the Heaven's Legacy Races array to deal with Zhao Feng. Fortunately, the right protector had given them this array, or else they might have lost their lives to Zhao Feng once more. Kaboom! Several streaks of silver light appeared in the surrounding mist and gradually expanded as they shot toward Zhao Feng with lightning-like speed. These stars contained the power of the 7 divine emissaries and the array. They were enough to injure a top-class god king. Zhao Feng's body swayed as he dodged, but at the same time, another massive star flew at him from the left. As expected of the Heaven's Legacy array, even if I dodge it once, there's still a second time. Even if I dodge it a 7th time, I'll probably be met with an even more powerful killing move. Zhao Feng would not underestimate the Heaven's Legacy Races array. If he chose to continue dodging, he would only sink deeper and deeper into the killing array. Immediately breaking the array was the best choice. In addition, Zhao Feng's 9th god eye sensed danger. 7 trifling divine emissaries would find it difficult to affect Zhao Feng. However, he could not be careless against the Heaven's Legacy race. Since this was the case, there was no need to be secretive. To Zhao Feng, breaking the array was extremely simple. Buzz! BZZZ! Dream origin surged in his left eye, and his thought power began to circulate as he focused on one of the stars flying toward him. Change course! An intense thought took form. Instantly, the huge silver star moved a certain distance to the right. Bang! The silver star that had shifted its position collided with another star. A terrifying storm of divine power spread out within the array formation. These stars were all orbiting according to the array's trajectory. If there was an error in their trajectory, the entire array would be in trouble. At the same time, the entire 7-star profound array fell into chaos. What's going on? There's an error in the array's operation. Divine Emissary Wu bellowed. How could a low-level flaw appear in the Heaven's Legacy Races array? The 7 divine emissaries did their utmost to repair the array. But at this moment, a voice resounded in their minds. Self-detonate the array. The speaker was none other than the Heaven's Legacy Races' right protector. Yes, although they didn't know what was going on, the 7 divine emissaries immediately carried out the order. Suddenly, an astonishingly frightening aura of divine power emerged from the spirit formation. Bang! A massive primal chaos tribulation lightning sword exuding a world-shaking aura slowly stabbed out of the array. The 7-star profound array was greatly weakened after falling into chaos, allowing Zhao Feng to charge up his energy and smoothly break the array. How could this be? Divine Emissary Wu was alarmed. He hadn't expected Zhao Feng to so easily break their 7-star profound array. The 7 rapidly retreated. Boom! Bang! Crash! The array fiercely pulsed with energy and exploded. But the 7-star profound array was already damaged, and the 7 divine emissaries had retreated. Without a source of energy, the 7-star profound array's explosive power was greatly reduced. Activating pseudo-ancestral artifact, Heaven Ascendant. Zhao Feng charged out of the explosion and scathed. But at this moment, Zhao Feng sensed 2 abnormally powerful energies. Whoosh! A storm of ice slash howled through the air, suffused with an astonishing law of ice that plunged the world into ice. A black vortex appeared at the edge of the explosion, madly devouring the power of the explosion. 2 god kings. Zhao Feng's face chilled. These 2 god kings were both samsara immortal bodies. One of them was the blue-haired elder that Zhao Feng had fought in the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, and the other was God King Swallow Devour. At this moment, Zhao Feng understood that the sense of danger from his left eye had come from the right protector. If Zhao Feng were to face the blue-haired elder and God King Swallow Devour directly, he would definitely be cautious and even retreat. Thus, the right protector had used the 7 divine emissaries as bait to trap Zhao Feng in the 7-star profound array so that the 2 god kings could launch a sneak attack. But not even the right protector had expected Zhao Feng to break the array so quickly. If Zhao Feng had underestimated the 7 divine emissaries at the start, he would have been heavily injured by the 7 of them, the 7-star profound array and the 2 god kings. In the rear, within the heavens' legacy race's black gold warship, the right protector had a savage look on his face. This kid seems to have noticed, but against 2 god kings, I'd like to see what you can do. Die. God King Swallow Devour's expression chilled. When Zhao Feng tried to persuade him to join the God Eye Alliance, God King Swallow Devour had refused. In the following battle, he admitted defeat in front of Zhao Feng. In the end, his sacred land was destroyed by the Heaven Lord, and he himself was killed by the Heaven Lord, becoming a samsara immortal body. God King Swallow Devour was filled with hatred. He hated how unfair fate was. He focused all his hatred on Zhao Feng. He wanted Zhao Feng to suffer the same fate as him. Kaboom! After absorbing the power of the explosion, God King Swallow Devour's attacks were strengthened. On the other side, the blue-haired elder used his ice law to seal off Zhao Feng's movements. Dish! Using his space-time law and pseudo-ancestral artifact, Heaven Ascendant, Zhao Feng transformed into an indistinct streak of silver light that flew away. 2 god kings were rather troublesome to deal with, especially since they were both samsara immortal bodies. But how could Zhao Feng run away just because of this? Primal Chaos Domain. Zhao Feng unleashed a vast primal chaos domain that seeped into the surrounding space, creating a dark primal chaos domain. In the primal chaos domain, he would be strengthened while his enemies would be suppressed and weakened. Dish! Pushing his speed to the limit, Zhao Feng flew toward the blue-haired elder. I'll kill you first. Zhao Feng's face chilled as primal chaos divine power rippled in his hand. Haha, kill me? The blue-haired elder couldn't help but laugh. Firstly, as a god king, he would not die so easily. Secondly, as a samsara immortal body, as long as he was not quickly destroyed, he could slowly recover. Thirdly, there were 2 god kings working together, and God King Swallow Devour was a top-class god king with outstanding fighting power. Then let's try. Zhao Feng murmured with a cold expression. 1,000 ice seal. The blue-haired elder called out. The surrounding space immediately turned cold, and the icy storm in the air began to freeze and gather. Torrents of primal chaos energy and the space ancestral artifact fragment clashed. Zhao Feng had used the perfected law of the space ancestral artifact fragment and his primal chaos energy to begin with, allowing his primal chaos domain to gain the upper hand. Primal chaos shrouds the heavens. The primal chaos energy that Zhao Feng had been gathering in his hand was unleashed. A dark and gloomy hand of a god demon appeared in the sky, devouring the energy of the world as it rumbled down. The primal chaos shrouds the heavens, was a higher-level offensive skill that Zhao Feng had comprehended. Although it was not as nimble as the primal chaos lightning sword, its explosive power far surpassed the latter. Boom! Bang! Hiss! As the palm came crashing down, a violent ball of thunder retribution power erupted from it. This boundless energy invaded the blue-haired elder's body and began to destroy his samsara immortal body. Primal chaos, lightning eye. At the same time, Zhao Feng's left eye unleashed a powerful eye bloodline technique. A dark tribulation lightning sword seal descended from the sky, imprinting itself on the blue-haired elder's head. This was not the end. If he wanted to kill a samsara immortal body, he needed to destroy it instantly. Buzz. BZZZ. Zhao Feng activated Heaven Ascendant and condensed a powerful spatial blade. This spatial blade pierced through the world and descended upon the blue-haired elder's body. God King Swallow Devour was stunned. In terms of speed, he was inferior to Zhao Feng. He had not expected for Zhao Feng to instantly unleash such a ferocious attack as soon as he got close to the blue-haired elder. Even when he was alive, he would have found it very difficult to block. Don't even think about it. God King Swallow Devour roared as he circulated his devouring law. He could not allow Zhao Feng to kill the blue-haired elder. Chapter 1560. Zhao Feng's sudden attack left the blue-haired elder powerless to resist. Behind him, God King Swallow Devour was also alarmed. Even when he was alive, he would have found it very difficult to block this attack. Don't even think about it. God King Swallow Devour bellowed as he charged forward. Swallow the heavens, devour the earth. God King Swallow Devour circulated his divine power and used a powerful secret art. In an instant, a vortex that looked like a ferocious maw appeared above the blue-haired old man. It fiercely sucked in all the energy of the world around it. God King Swallow Devour knew that Zhao Feng was extremely fast and had the pseudo-ancestral artifact, Heaven Ascendant. If he attacked Zhao Feng, the effect would not be very good. Thus, he used a devouring art to devour the attacks around the elder and weaken them. The blue-haired elder was a samsara immortal body, so as long as he was not quickly killed, he could recover. This was one of the monstrosities of the samsara immortal body. Zhao Feng activated his left eye and stared at the blue-haired elder. This person had to die, or else he would be very difficult to deal with against two god kings. After taking a blow from the primal chaos heaven-shrouding hand, the primal chaos lightning eye, and the space blade from the pseudo-ancestral artifact, the blue-haired elder's body had almost completely collapsed, leaving only a small part of his body. However, the devouring maw created a powerful suction force that madly devoured all the energy in the surroundings, causing Zhao Feng's attacks to weaken. If this continued, Zhao Feng's attacks would not necessarily be able to kill the blue-haired elder. Die. Zhao Feng focused his left eye, activating his dream origin energy. His dazzling left eye immediately began to glow with dreamy colors. The surrounding combatants were all captivated by this sight. The colors were simply too beautiful. God, illusory oblivion. With this thought, Zhao Feng's vision began to change. All the colors of the dreamy world gathered on the blue-haired elder's tattered body. Everything around him seemed to turn black and white, with only that smear of color attracting the most attention. Pop! But suddenly, that dazzling color burst like a bubble, and the blue-haired elder vanished. Within the black gold worship, the right protector's eye of samsara sensed something. A god monarch samsara immortal body was already difficult to deal with, but Zhao Feng had just killed his god monarch samsara immortal body completely. One had to realize that not even a top-class god king could instantly obliterate an ordinary god king, leaving nothing behind, but Zhao Feng had done it. Ah, Zhao Feng! A crazed look appeared on God King Swallow Devour's face as he savagely roared. When he first met Zhao Feng, he believed that he was stronger than Zhao Feng, but in the end he was unable to devour Zhao Feng's god-eye origin and could only concede. But now a few years had passed, and he had joined hands with another godly king. Yet they were actually unable to do anything to Zhao Feng. What was even more ridiculous was that the blue-haired old man was killed by Zhao Feng, and he was unable to stop it. Die. God King Swallow Devour roared, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a storm of dark energy. This energy was the energy he had just devoured, and it contained the energy of Zhao Feng's various killing moves. Deish! Zhao Feng circulated heaven ascendant and turned into a streak of silver light that sped away. This is a time of war. God King Swallow Devour can absorb the energy around him, greatly increasing his strength. Zhao Feng rationally analyzed. Although God King Swallow Devour had conceded in front of him, that was because he could not devour the dream origin, limiting his strength. But on this vast battlefield, God King Swallow Devour could devour as he pleased, and he was also a samsara immortal body. Zhao Feng would find it very difficult to kill him like he had killed the blue-haired old man. But there was still a way. The God-Eye Alliance had long ago known that the heaven-defying faction had many samsara immortal bodies, and the Sage faction had developed a countermeasure. Nearby, a white-robed youth holding a folding fan in one hand and a black array plate in the other was standing on the battlefield. This was none other than the person Zhao Feng had met in the burning heaven sea, Tang Bai. Tang Bai had long ago broken into the second heaven and was at the peak of the second heaven. His strength could not be underestimated. After the life-sacred land sent out its summons, the God-sealing sacred land had swiftly arrived to form an alliance. Seal. Tang Bai placed a hand on the black array plate. Many white runes surged out of it, forming chains that shot forward. Nearby, a samsara immortal body was fighting with a sacred land member. But suddenly, a few white crystal rune chains wrapped around him. What is it? The samsara immortal body grimaced and struggled, but he realized that his strength was greatly limited and growing weaker. Withdraw! Tang Bai activated the array disc, and the white crystal rune chains instantly retracted. The samsara immortal body was also pulled into the black array plate. Many thanks. The man fighting with the samsara immortal body expressed his thanks and charged forward once more. The god-sealing race was skilled in sealing the heavens, sealing the earth, and sealing the gods. When their sealing arts were combined with the arrays of the Sage faction, they formed an even more powerful sealing technique that could effectively target the undying samsara immortal body. Brother Zhao. Tang Bai turned his head to the side to look at Zhao Feng. Just a moment ago, he had received a message from Zhao Feng. God King Swallow Devour, this isn't someone I can deal with. Tang Bai glanced at God King Swallow Devour, who was doggedly pursuing Zhao Feng and grimaced. However, he still hurried over. At the same time, some of the nearby god-sealing sacred land experts also began to gather. Tang Bai alone was naturally not enough to deal with the God King. All of you scram. God King Swallow Devour also noticed that something was wrong and roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of black energy that swept through the surroundings. With his strength as a top-class God King, he could easily kill a first or second heaven God Lord. Don't even think about it. Zhao Feng's expression chilled. Although these people did not have very high fighting power, they had techniques that could counter samsara immortal bodies. Dreamification. Zhao Feng's left eye began to revolve, sending dreamy mist into the world. With Zhao Feng at the center, everything was gradually covered in dreamy colors, a dazzling paradise. Under the effects of dreamification, God King Swallow Devour was instantly weakened, and his top-class God King energy was vanquished by Zhao Feng. This move again, God King Swallow Devour grimaced. Back then, he had been forced to concede by this move from Zhao Feng. But the situation was different now, and this move was not very effective against him. Swallow. God King Swallow Devour bellowed, and several dozen devouring black holes appeared in a radius of several 100,000 li. He could not devour Zhao Feng's dream origin, but he could devour the divine power of the other experts on the battlefield. Attack! Zhao Feng's expression was calm as he growled. Extinguish! Zhao Feng circulated his thought power and focused his attention on God King Swallow Devour. Gradually, the energy in God King Swallow Devour's body began to fade. At the same time, the members of the God Sealing's sacred land activated their ray plates. Swish, swish, swish. Several dozen crystalline chains flew out and wrapped around God King Swallow Devour. In a flash, God King Swallow Devour's energy was somewhat sealed. You bastards think you can deal with me? God King Swallow Devour's expression did not change as he roared. Boom! Suddenly, God King Swallow Devour's body exploded with supreme energy. This was the energy he had just devoured from the battlefield. A pitch-black tornado emerged from his body, shattering the chains around God King Swallow Devour and causing the sealing effect to gradually fade. Die in peace. Zhao Feng focused, his left eye flashing with primal chaos lightning. Kakrak! A primal chaos tribulation lightning sword descended upon God King Swallow Devour's body and soul. It unleashed a vast energy that wreaked havoc on God King Swallow Devour's body and soul, causing him to go stiff. At the same time, the members of the God Sealing's sacred land once more exerted their strength, sending out chains that wrapped around God King Swallow Devour. Don't even think about trapping me. God King Swallow Devour struggled. Pitch-black vortexes appeared in a radius of several 100,000 li, devouring the energy of the battlefield. This God King Swallow Devour is too difficult to deal with. Even if we seal his energy, he can still devour it and obtain energy from somewhere else. Tang Bai's face was ghastly pale. Moreover, the other experts of the Heaven-Defying faction were approaching to save God King Swallow Devour. I have the final say in this region. Zhao Feng's face chilled as he began to circulate his thought power. God King Swallow Devour's devouring range just happened to be within the range of Zhao Feng's dreamification. Extinguish! As he circulated his thought power, an unfathomable and unstoppable energy descended upon the world. The black, devouring vortexes gradually disappeared. How could this be? God King Swallow Devour was stunned. He had been weakened by dreamification and sealed by the God-sealing race, so his strength had fallen by more than a level. However, he could devour other energies to unleash powerful attacks and break free. But now he could no longer devour others. Okay, Tang Bai rejoiced and began to burn his divine power, using a secret sealing art to activate the array disc in his hand. Hurry and destroy these seals, God King Swallow Devour hurriedly called out. Those who had come to save God King Swallow Devour immediately began to move, targeting the members of the God Sealing sacred land. I said before that I have the final say in this region. Zhao Feng's cold and gloomy voice rang out once more. As he circulated his thought power, the enemies in the dreamification region began to fade away. In the face of all this, they were powerless to resist and could only die in fear. No. A third heaven god, Lord, did his best to struggle, but this only served to increase his fear. Zhao Feng's god eye energy was getting stronger and stronger. How could an expert of the same level possibly resist his dream eye bloodline technique? In the end, the third heaven god, Lord's body vanished. Too powerful. Absurd. Many members of the God-Sealing clan were astonished. God King Swallow Devour gradually began to lose the ability to resist. In the dreamification region, Zhao Feng was incredibly powerful and had the God-Sealing race's sealing techniques. God King Swallow Devour could only resign himself to his fate. Once God King Swallow Devour's strength began to weaken, Zhao Feng gathered up a large amount of primal chaos energy and used the heaven-eclipsing primal chaos hand to kill him. Now, 2 god kings had fallen to Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng activated his left eye and looked into the distance. There, the battle between the gods and the Heaven Lord was causing the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods to quake. Chapter 1561. In the boundless void, the battle between the god and the Heaven Lord was awe-inspiring. The god eyes had 5 god eyes, the bright sun god, the celestial sword god, and Sikong Dao, a total of 8 gods. Of the 5 god eyes, the myriad forms god eye, the god eye of life, and the genius god Sikong Dao were responsible for defense. The death, space-time, divine punishment god eyes, the bright sun god, and the celestial sword god were responsible for attacking. But in such a situation, they still did not have the upper hand. No matter who it is, no one can stop me. The Heaven Lord's calm face was suffused with majesty and tyranny. Rumble. The Heaven Lord was surrounded by wind, lightning, and fire, all mixed with destructive energy. No one dared to approach. After absorbing the destruction origin, the power of the Heaven Lord's attacks had risen to a whole new level. Ordinary gods would find it impossible to block them. For this reason, the God Eye Alliance put 3 gods in charge of defense. Kill. The chief sovereign of death roared. The 3 god eye deities responsible for attacking attacked at the same time. This pitch-black torrent of energy, fused with heavenly punishment lightning, was wrapped in space-time energy as it shot toward the Heaven Lord. At this moment, the 3 god eye deities responsible for attacking were rather well-coordinated, able to fuse their attacks together and increase their power. On the other side, the celestial sword Hegemon wielded a damaged ancient sword. He gently slashed out, and a dazzling white streak of sword light chopped out. As for the bright sun sovereign, he had already transformed into a giant golden-red bird. He opened his mouth and spat out a scorching firestorm. Scram! The Heaven Lord coldly shouted. The ancient god-devil body exploded with divine power, causing the surrounding space to crumble. Punches were thrown out one after another. Shocking punches swept out, destroying everything in their path. The battle between the 2 sides was like lightning. In less than an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. What a powerful, ancient god-fiend body. It's even stronger than before. Zhao Feng was secretly shocked. Logically speaking, the Heaven Lord had only evolved the heavenly Dao God Eye. But Zhao Feng sensed that the ancient god-devil body was even stronger than before. Putting aside the heavenly Dao God Eye, the ancient god-devil body alone made the Heaven Lord stronger than any other god eye deity. This meant that the Heaven Lord definitely possessed the complete ancient race bloodline and could use its full strength. Thump, thump. As he watched the battle between the god eye deities and the Heaven Lord, Zhao Feng's left eye began to pulse. The dreamy silver orb trembled violently as the origin of dream trembled. For now, I'll just do what I can. Zhao Feng turned around and swept his gaze across the battlefield. Although he had the 9th god eye, Zhao Feng's current strength was not enough to interfere in the god battlefield. On the contrary, he would become the enemy's weakness, allowing the Heaven Lord to take advantage of it. In addition, stimulated by the god eye and the heavenly Dao god eye, Zhao Feng's dream god eye seemed to be extremely excited, and large amounts of dream origin began to pour out. At this time, Zhao Feng could feel an unending stream of dream origin power. This was the perfect time to vent it all through the battle. Kill! Zhao Feng's figure flashed, and he flew out. With the space pseudo-ancestral artifact and the space-time law, he held the advantage on this battlefield in terms of speed. Chi! As he flew forward, dark lightning flashed, leaving a bloody path in his wake. When Zhao Feng used his full strength, he could even kill top-class god kings. He posed almost no threat on this battlefield, and to his enemies he was a god of death, a taboo. Retreat! Cries of alarm rang out as the nearby experts began to retreat. But Zhao Feng was too fast. If he wanted to kill someone, there was no way he could escape. Zhao Feng rampaged through the battlefield, killing without end. Oh no! Divine Emissary Wu was alarmed, his heart trembling. He had been targeted by Zhao Feng. Deish! Divine Emissary Wu's body exploded with tyrannical and evil demonic energy. Black streams of light revolved around his body as he fled. Die! Zhao Feng pursued, getting closer and closer. No! Divine Emissary Wu was enraged. He had been watching the battle between Zhao Feng and the two God Kings this entire time. After the two God Kings were defeated, he had done all he could to get as far away from Zhao Feng as possible, but he had still run into him. Even two God Kings with samsara immortal bodies had died to Zhao Feng. How could he possibly put up any resistance against Zhao Feng? That made sense. Even if he tried to escape, it would be useless. Swish! With a wave of Zhao Feng's hand, several dozen primal chaos tribulation, lightning, swords formed and shot forward, sealing off Divine Emissary Wu's path of retreat. Two of the primal chaos tribulation lightning swords pierced through Divine Emissary Wu's body, causing him to stiffen. Primal chaos lightning eye. His left eye activated, and a powerful eye bloodline technique shot out. Kakrak, a primal chaos lightning sword seal, appeared above Divine Emissary Wu's head. In a thunderous explosion, Divine Emissary Wu's body was obliterated. After killing Divine Emissary Wu, Zhao Feng moved on to the other Divine Emissaries, his targets being the other Divine Emissaries. It wasn't very good to be a dead man, but he just had to come back to life so he could kill him again. But Zhao Feng would not be stingy with his swords. That vicious and icy cold killing intent caused the enemies to be terror-stricken and flee in all directions. A few moments later, another Divine Emissary was slain. A second, a third, and then a fourth. On the black gold warship, the heaven-defying faction's Gao Ran was also watching. If we let this kid continue, our people will be finished. A heaven's legacy race, Elder said, his eyes brimming with anger. To think that he would have grown so much in such a short time. Yu Luping was stunned. Zhao Feng's strength had already left a shadow in his heart. We can only send a God King to hold down this kid for now. The Right Protector clenched his teeth helplessly. The God Eye Alliance had made ample preparations, and with the help of the Sage faction, they were far stronger than the Heaven-defying faction had imagined. Even so, the Heaven-defying faction still held the advantage. However, Zhao Feng's wanton slaughter had a major effect on the battlefield and had almost reversed the situation. Based on the Right Protector's judgment, almost no one on their side could kill Zhao Feng. Since this was the case, they could only hold down Zhao Feng for now and not let him continue his slaughter. Swish! As Zhao Feng rampaged through the battlefield, the enemies he killed scattered in waves, their hearts trembling in fear. At this moment, a bloody roar resounded. "Brat, don't be impudent!" A dark red streak of light flew over, transforming into a middle-aged man wearing a blood-colored robe. The blood spirit, sacred land's god, King Fiendblood. The blood spirit sacred land was the first sacred land to fall to the Heaven Lord, and God King Fiendblood was now a samsara immortal body. "If you want to fight, let's fight!" Zhao Feng exploded forward, primal chaos tribulation, lightning energy surging around him. As he approached God King Fiendblood, several dozen primal chaos tribulation, lightning swords appeared around Zhao Feng and shot forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! God King Fiendblood flew through the air, exuding bloody ripples as he avoided Zhao Feng's attack with the least amount of damage. Die! Zhao Feng's eyes focused as he formed an extremely heavy primal chaos tribulation lightning sword in his hand and slashed. God King Fiendblood waved his hand, unleashing a bloody vortex to block the attack. The divine power in the blood-colored vortex was violent, bloodthirsty, and extremely powerful. Dish! As Zhao Feng destroyed the vortex, God King Fiendblood retreated, dodging the attack. "You want to hold me down?" Zhao Feng finally understood. Although God King Fiend Blood was charging forward, he had come to hold him down. This killing intent was God King Fiend Blood's own, not aimed at Zhao Feng. You can't do anything even if you know. God King Fiend Blood gave a strange smile. As a top-class God King, if he didn't fight with Zhao Feng, would Zhao Feng be able to kill him? He also didn't believe that Zhao Feng would choose to avoid a fight. You're too confident, and you're looking down on the ninth god too much. Zhao Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Dreamy light flowed through his left eye as large amounts of dream origin surged out. Dreamification! With Zhao Feng at the center, the world was quickly covered in dreamy colors. In this dazzling space, everyone's minds were suddenly filled with an indescribable strange feeling, and their condition in all aspects rapidly deteriorated. Zhao Feng immediately focused the effects of dreamification on God King Fiend Blood. Let's go. God King Fiend Blood immediately retreated, at least out of the range of dreamification. Spatial isolation. Zhao Feng activated the pseudo-ancestral artifact, Heaven Ascendant. As a pseudo-ancestral artifact, it did not just have defensive abilities. Spatial isolation was one of its abilities. Swish! Space surged behind God King Fiend Blood, forming a thick spatial wall that isolated everything from the outside world. Pseudo-ancestral artifact. God King Fiend Blood's face darkened as he inwardly cursed. He could only change directions now. If he used spatial isolation to temporarily stop God King Fiend Blood, Zhao Feng would not let him go so easily. Primal Chaos Domain. He unleashed his primal chaos energy. A dark and twisted domain overlapped with the dreamification domain. Under the effects of these two domains, God King Fiend Blood was even more suppressed. His speed and movement techniques were already quite good, but now they were completely suppressed and rendered ineffective. Blood Spirit Explosion. God King Fiend Blood's face hardened as his body erupted with a heaven-shaking and bloody energy. Boom! Bang! God King Fiend Blood's body turned into a dark red ball of blood that suddenly exploded. The fiendish blood energy instantly dispelled the effects of the primal chaos energy, and God King Fiend Blood turned into a bloody trail that rapidly vanished. You can escape. Zhao Feng's face chilled as he brought his palms together, the primal chaos domain surging. With the dream god eye, Zhao Feng knew God King Fiend Blood's every move like the back of his hand. He had long since been on guard against God King Fiend Blood's secret art. God King Fiend Blood was only here to hold down Zhao Feng, so he only needed to do two things. The first was not to be killed by Zhao Feng, and the second was to hold down Zhao Feng so that Zhao Feng could not kill anyone else. Buzz. BZZZ. Large amounts of dream origin energy surged as God King Fiend Blood activated his realization ability. God King Fiend Blood's speed suddenly slowed to a crawl. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. Primal Chaos Lock. All the primal chaos energy in the primal chaos domain surged toward God King Fiend Blood. Once the primal chaos lock was formed, it would constantly devour the enemy's energy. God King Fiend Blood, who had just used a secret art, was already in a weakened state. Not only did he fail to escape, but he was also trapped by Zhao Feng. Extinguish. Zhao Feng used his dream origin energy to use dreamification. At this moment, he had an abundance of dream origin energy. He did not need to be frugal or squander it. God King Fiend Blood was unable to resist the dream origin energy, and his body gradually faded away. Even though he had a samsara immortal body, he could not keep up with the devouring speed of the primal chaos lock and the destruction speed of dreamification. God King Fiend Blood's body slowly faded away. I didn't think that I would die again so soon. God King Fiend Blood chuckled. He had not attacked Zhao Feng on his own accord. As a samsara immortal body, He could only act according to the orders of the heaven-defying faction. Whoosh! A few moments later, God King Fiend Blood completely vanished. This time, Zhao Feng had single-handedly killed a God King. This scene caused the hearts of the heaven-defying faction's members to tremble, and they were completely speechless. At this moment, Yu Tianwu suddenly messaged Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, I'll give you a mission. Interfere with the enemy warships. If you can destroy some of their installations, that would naturally be best." The two warships of the Heaven's legacy race possessed immense destructive power and were one of the most powerful weapons on the battlefield. "Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking." Zhao Feng nodded. "Dish!" In a flash of light, Zhao Feng used the primal chaos tribulation lightning energy to slaughter his way toward the heaven-defying faction's warships in the rear. The upper echelon members of the heaven-defying faction couldn't help but guess at Zhao Feng's goal. His goal is this place. Yu Liuping's heart trembled in inexplicable fear. Perfect. If he dares to approach our warships, I'll make sure he never returns. The left protector's face was grim and savage. Chapter 1562. Due to the lack of time, the Sage faction's silver warships were not very well equipped, so the Sage faction focused on defense. The heaven-defying faction's black gold warships were well equipped, and their offensive capabilities were unparalleled. Firstly, both warships were equipped with large-scale destruction weapons. However, the battlefield was chaotic, and the enemies and allies were mixed together. This kind of weapon was not very useful. But besides that, the warships were also equipped with small-scale destruction weapons and offensive arrays that had a massive effect on the battlefield. The members of the heaven-defying faction's black gold warships could only defend and dodge. In a clash between experts, a moment of distraction could be fatal, let alone the interference of the warships. But in this situation, the heaven-defying faction's members were helpless. The firepower of the two warships was so fierce that normal experts could not even get close. A God King had tried to get close to the black gold warship, but he was immediately bombarded by countless attacks and was forced to flee with heavy injuries. By now, Zhao Feng had arrived at the rear of the battlefield. Everyone nearby couldn't help but guess at Zhao Feng's goal. "I wonder if he can affect the enemy warships." "I hope so." Quite a few members of the heaven-defying faction still held onto a sliver of hope. Impossible. Even a top-class God King would find it difficult to get close to that black gold warship. The Tongtai Zone's God King Golden Dragon shook his head. The upper echelon members of the heaven-defying faction on the black gold warship also noticed Zhao Feng's movements. The arrays and weapons on the warship began to adjust, apparently planning to give Zhao Feng a head-on blow. "Come." Zhao Feng's expression was solemn and fearless. In fact, there was even a hint of anticipation. His left eye was constantly trembling in excitement. Right now, Zhao Feng only had one goal: fight. Through this intense battle, he would squeeze out more of the Dream God Eye's power. From the start of the battle until now, he could clearly sense that the power of his Dream God Eye was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Zhao Feng desperately wanted more power. "Once I can completely use the Dream God Eye's power, I'll be able to participate in the God battlefield." Zhao Feng said to himself. The battlefield he was on seemed vast and boundless, but it was the God battlefield that could truly affect the outcome of the battle. As the ninth God Eye, he was still unable to participate. This made Zhao Feng rather unwilling. Whoosh! Zhao Feng leapt into the air, approaching the heaven-defying faction's warship. "All right, since you've taken the initiative to seek death, this old man will fulfill your wish." Inside the black gold warship, the left protector had a ferocious expression. He and the right protector were both protectors of the heaven-defying faction, but they specialized in different aspects. The left protector was extremely powerful and knew all sorts of terrifying shaman arts and curses of the ancient shaman race. Even God King Radiant Peak was only able to hold him down. The Right Protector was a member of the Heaven's legacy race and did not have a powerful combat bloodline. All he had was the Eye of Samsara. He secretly controlled the Heaven-defying faction and the techniques of the Heaven's legacy race. Only in the territory of the Heaven's legacy race could he display his greatest strength. Attack! The Right Protector shouted. On the Black Gold warship, the other Heaven's legacy race members obeyed the orders of the Right Protector. In the outside world, the firepower of the two Black Gold warships instantly focused on Zhao Feng. Quite a few experts of the God Eye Alliance were instantly frightened out of their wits. The Heaven-defying faction took Zhao Feng very seriously. If it were any other godly monarch, they would probably be instantly killed. Dream Dimension Projection. Dream origin energy poured out of Zhao Feng's left eye. Using his mental power, he quickly weaved a powerful dream space and released it to permeate the surrounding space. Within this dream dimension, Zhao Feng's strength increased in all aspects. Swish! Several primal chaos tribulation, lightning, swords appeared around Zhao Feng. The countless attacks of wind, thunder, lightning, and fire had to enter the dream space before they could descend. And in this dimension, Zhao Feng's strength far surpassed common sense. Boom! Plush! Plush! Under Zhao Feng's control, the primal chaos tribulation lightning swords danced through the air, destroying all the attacks. Zhao Feng's true fighting power was enough to kill a top-class god king. In this dream dimension, his strength was infinitely close to that of a god. Don't stop! The Right Protector roared. Dream Dao energy was extremely taxing on the soul. He did not believe that Zhao Feng could endure it. Swish, 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 the attacks rained down on Zhao Feng without pause. The primal chaos tribulation lightning swords around Zhao Feng transformed into a primal chaos domain that surged forward to block the enemy's attacks. When one layer of primal chaos tribulation lightning was destroyed, a second layer would immediately replace it. A few moments later, Zhao Feng showed no signs of being unable to hold on. Moreover, he was already extremely close to the Black Gold warships. Activate the middle-sized destruction weapons. The Right Protector ordered. Large-scale destruction weapons were the most powerful, but their range was too large and would affect the members of their own side. We've been prepared. Activate. Several members of the Heaven's legacy race immediately responded. Buzz. BZZZ. Several dozen circular metal holes suddenly extended from the two Black Gold warships. Terrifying ripples of divine power surging out of them. Is it coming? Zhao Feng's expression darkened, and his primal chaos domain surged as he prepared himself. Broom! Suddenly, beams of white light several dozen feet thick erupted from various parts of the two Black Gold warships. The divine power contained within these beams was extremely pure, as if they had been fired from supreme quality God crystals. These beams of white light also contained a destruction law. Each beam of white light approached an ordinary god king, but under the control of the Heaven-defying faction, all of them struck Zhao Feng at the same time. If not for the fact that Zhao Feng was in the dream dimension, he would not have dared to take on such a terrifying power. Dreamification. Zhao Feng's left eye once more circulated, sending vast amounts of dream origin energy into the surrounding space. The dream dimension strengthened the user, while dreamification weakened the enemy. The combination of the two was extremely effective. The overlapping of dreamification and dream dimension projection caused the world around Zhao Feng to become dazzling and enchanting. One would find it impossible to imagine that this was a scene from a battle. Defend. After using dreamification to weaken the enemy's destruction attacks, Zhao Feng focused on defense. First, the primal chaos domain shrank into a gloomy sphere that wrapped around Zhao Feng. Spatial energy. Zhao Feng activated pseudo-ancestral artifact, Heaven Ascendant. using its perfected space law to fuse with the primal chaos domain to strengthen its defenses. Finally, Zhao Feng used the primal chaos lightning vortex. This was the strongest defense Zhao Feng could use at the moment. Boom! BZZZ. Surrounded by these layers of defense, everything around Zhao Feng trembled. His left eye was able to see through everything to see what was happening outside. In the face of this massive destruction attack, Zhao Feng's dream dimension was being torn apart. If not for the massive amount of dream origin energy supporting it, it would have already been shattered. Boom! Mag. The primal chaos domain's defenses were slowly worn away, allowing the destruction attack to descend upon the primal chaos lightning vortex. The heaven-defying faction's attack was now weakened, and it was no longer as powerful as before, but the primal chaos lightning vortex was still being torn apart. Void Spirit Barrier. Zhao Feng activated the pseudo-ancestral artifact, Heaven Ascendant, and used its defensive abilities. A translucent layer of dark silver spatial energy condensed into a barrier that protected Zhao Feng. Within the warship, the members of the heaven-defying faction were all tensed up. No one had expected Zhao Feng to be able to last this long. The spatial barrier protecting Zhao Feng was slowly fading, but their attacks were also on the verge of fading. In the end, Zhao Feng was unharmed. How dangerous! Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had been able to block this attack mainly because of his vast dream origin energy and the outstanding defensive abilities of the pseudo-ancestral artifact. He blocked it. Many experts on the battlefield stared at Zhao Feng like he was a monster. There was probably no one else present who could block such a powerful attack. This kid, is there really nothing I can do about him? The right protector had a nasty grimace. As a God-Eye wielder, Zhao Feng's strength was constantly increasing through the stimulation of the God-Eye. It probably wouldn't be long before he became another God-Eye deity. The Heaven Lord will deal with him. The right protector grimaced and coldly snorted. At this moment, outside the warship, Zhao Feng said, "It's time for me to give you a big gift. Eye of Heaven." Zhao Feng's eye intent carried his eye bloodline as he left his divine body and floated into the air. The enormous silver eye exuded an indescribable pressure. God, eye duplication. A roar came from the soul dimension. A large amount of dreamy mist began to seep out of the dreamy scheme. Suddenly, a white light shone out of the dreamy mist. An astonishing pillar of white light exploded forward, its target none other than the black gold warship the right protector was on. Originally, Zhao Feng would have found it very difficult to duplicate such a powerful attack, but dream origin energy continued to gush out, making it practically inexhaustible. Coupled with the fact that the duplication time was rather long, Zhao Feng succeeded. Within the warship, how could this be? This is bad. What do we do? When everyone saw this, their hands trembled. They were at a loss of what to do. None of them had expected Zhao Feng to be able to unleash such an attack. It was as if he had turned their attack into his own and was now attacking them. Although the Black Gold warship also had extremely powerful defensive abilities, it had been in an offensive state just now, so it was difficult for it to switch so quickly. Boom! Bang! A crystalline pillar of white light shot into the Black Gold warship's core. Flames soared into the sky from various parts of the Black Gold warship, and thick smoke rose. Wonderful! The members of their side hadn't expected such a reversal. Zhao Feng hadn't just destroyed a small part of the warship. He had destroyed the core, almost crippling the entire warship. On the white warship, Yu Tianwu also revealed a look of surprise. Whoosh! The Eye of Heaven vanished, and his soul returned to his body. Zhao Feng immediately charged toward the damaged Black Gold warship. The Black Gold warship had suffered heavy casualties. Run! All the surviving members guessed that Zhao Feng wouldn't let go of this chance, so they immediately fled. Deish! The right protector turned into a plume of black smoke and slipped out. Although the right protector was also a top-class god king, he was not skilled in combat, so he wouldn't fight with Zhao Feng. "You can't escape." Zhao Feng's cold and indifferent voice resounded. He could ignore the other small fries, but how could he let go of a person like the right protector? Chapter 1563. The right protector's heart shivered when he saw that Zhao Feng had long since locked onto him and was charging at him while ignoring everyone else. Although he was not skilled in combat, he was still a top-class god king of the Heavens legacy race. However, the right protector knew that he was no match for Zhao Feng, so he chose to run. Swish, swish, swish. With a wave of his hand, several dozen primal chaos tribulation, lightning, swords formed and shot forward. The right protector made no attempt to dodge, choosing to flee as fast as he could. Boom! Bang! Several primal chaos tribulation lightning swords pierced through the right protector's body, but his samsara immortal body allowed him to quickly recover. At the same time, another worship of the heaven-defying faction switched to a defensive stance and approached to save the right protector. "Stay, old turtle!" Zhao Feng coldly barked. The right protector was infuriated by this curse. As the right protector of the heaven-defying faction, when had he ever been insulted like this? However, the right protector maintained his rationality and continued to flee. But Zhao Feng was already faster than the right protector, and the right protector's momentary hesitation, the ish. Zhao Feng rapidly approached the right protector. Intrusive dream. His left eye quickly formed a dream dimension. Zhao Feng's left eye exuded a fatal attraction that made it hard for the right protector to maintain his focus and slow him down. Intrusive dream has also gotten stronger. Zhao Feng inwardly rejoiced. The dream god I was getting stronger and stronger. It wasn't just the ability to turn dreams into reality, but also intrusive dream. At the start, Zhao Feng had only planned to affect the right protector a little, but the effects of intrusive dream far surpassed his expectations. However, it was still not enough to pull the right protector in. Primal Chaos Lightning Eye. His left eye unleashed a powerful eye bloodline technique. Kakrak, a dark lightning sword mark, suddenly appeared above the right protector's head. The boundless power within it surged downwards. Because of the effects of intrusive dream, the right protector's mind was somewhat muddled. This primal chaos lightning eye was unleashed to its greatest extent, bombarding the right protector's soul and body. Primal chaos lock. Zhao Feng released a large amount of chaotic force and clasped his hands together. The wave-like chaotic force surrounded the right protector, as if it was going to envelop him. Right then, the right protector regained consciousness. Whoosh! He immediately tossed out a few pieces of metal, which shone with many mysterious heavens, secret runes, and released a powerful force. A formation. Zhao Feng's left eye focused as he activated his dream origin and activated the power of realization. In an instant, one of the metal blocks disappeared. For special devices that were small in size and didn't have much power that needed to be activated, Zhao Feng's ability could easily erase them. What? The right protector was shocked. The metal instrument he had thrown out was a device to activate the array formation. However, before it was fully formed, Zhao Feng glanced at it and made one of the devices disappear. In this way, the formation could not be fully activated. Chaos Lightning Eyes. Zhao Feng activated his left eye and fired off another powerful eye bloodline technique. At the same time, the Primal Chaos Lock was activated again. By the time the right protector regained consciousness, he had already been enveloped by the Primal Chaos Lock. The energy in his body was gradually being devoured. Samsara immortal bodies were undying and indestructible, but they were still powerless against the Primal Chaos Lock. The Primal Chaos Lock constantly devoured the energy of the trapped person. The right protector could rapidly recover from the destruction of his body, but he didn't have the ability to recover energy. Intrusive dream! Zhao Feng once more used this eye bloodline technique. This time, the weakened right protector didn't last very long before he was sucked into Zhao Feng's dream dimension. Where is this? The right protector looked around in surprise. He had clearly been trapped by Zhao Feng's primal chaos like a moment ago. How had he suddenly appeared here? At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. It was none other than Zhao Feng. However, the current Zhao Feng gave off the impression that the right protector was a mighty figure that he couldn't even contend against. Hisses! Space surged as a terrifying energy instantly gathered on the right protector's body. How could this be? The right protector was pressed to the ground, unable to move. He was extremely shocked. In this strange space, Zhao Feng was so powerful that he couldn't resist at all. Speak! Where is the last space ancestral artifact fragment? Zhao Feng coldly asked. A terrifying pressure constantly assaulted the right protector. Previously, when fighting on the battlefield, Zhao Feng had been roaming around, trying to use the pseudo-ancestral artifact on him to sense the location of the last space ancestral artifact fragment. However, Zhao Feng was somewhat disappointed. Haha, you won't be able to find it in your lifetime. The right protector laughed loudly. It looks like you still don't understand your situation. Zhao Feng's expression turned cold. He reached out and slapped the right protector's head. The right protector knew that Zhao Feng wanted to search his soul, but he discovered that he couldn't even self-detonate. A moment later, Zhao Feng's face turned frosty after learning the answer. Humph! With a cold snort, a powerful energy surged out and destroyed the right protector in the dream dimension. Meanwhile, in the outside world, boom! The right protector's body suddenly exploded and disappeared without a trace. Even the Samsara immortal body could not recover from such a situation. How's the situation? The pseudo-ancestral artifact, Heaven Ascendant couldn't help but ask. Right now, it only lacked one final piece to become a complete ancestral artifact. How could it not be anxious? It's destroyed! Zhao Feng lowered his head and said, the heaven-defying faction was no fool. They knew that once Zhao Feng obtained the pseudo-ancestral artifact, he would do his best to repair it. Thus, the heaven-defying faction had destroyed the ancestral artifact fragment they had. Dominate the battlefield. The Heaven Lord had an extremely gloomy expression as he learned of the situation on the battlefield. Boom! Bang! The Heaven Lord's body suddenly erupted with a tyrannical energy that could shake the heavens. Endless streams of gold and silver light dyed the heavens. This primordial bloodline is simply a true primordial race. The chief sovereign of Death's heart trembled slightly. Even without the heavenly Tao God Eye, the Death God was no match for the Heaven Lord just by relying on his ancient race bloodline. Take this! A head of gold and silver light began to condense in the Heaven Lord's hands, and it began to exude an ancient energy that could shake the heavens. At this moment, the energy gathered on the Heaven Lord's body caused the world to tremble. The god deities all shivered in fear. No one could guarantee that they would be able to take such a powerful attack. Let's use that. The divine punishment god solemnly said. In the white warship, Lu Qinshin had a complicated expression. After using this, not even my destiny god I will be able to predict what will happen next. In this battle, Yu Tianwu and Lu Qinshin had relied on their destiny energy to secretly influence the outcome of the battle. But once the God Eyes used their trump cards, it would be hard to predict what would happen next. There's no other way. This is the only way to defeat the Heaven Lord. The Death God's pitch-black eyes were extremely gloomy. Their God Eyes had already reached their limits, but the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God Eye could still grow. If they could not eliminate him now, the next time the Heaven Lord appeared, he would probably be even stronger. If all of you agree, then let's do it. Lu Qinshin sighed. For the sake of victory, They had to take this risk. Ancient wrath. The Heaven Lord roared as he pushed forward with both palms. The gold and silver head flew forward, opening its mouth and bellowing in fury. The heavenly Tao God I activated, and the head began to blaze with flames, growing a head of fiery hair. A moment later, the head's eyes began to crackle with lightning. Following that, a thick layer of rock appeared on the surface of the skull. That sinister mouth was emitting a frightening, destructive power. Don't get too carried away. The divine punishment God solemnly said, his lightning-flashing eyes exploding with dazzling light as vast amounts of origin energy surged out. At the same time, the other God-eye deities did the same. With a flick of his hand, all the God-eye origin energy gathered in the air, fusing together into a dark and turbid mist. This mist exuded a dreadful energy that could shake the entire fan universe. Even the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God I trembled. God I fusion art. The Heaven Lord's eyes went wide in recognition. Tianwu, it's you. The Heaven Lord grimaced as he turned to the white warship behind him. That's right. I also know the secret art. Yu Tianwu directly replied. All the God-eye deities were extremely agitated. They didn't know much about the gathering of God-eyes and the summoning of the supreme ancestral eye. In the previous battle, they had worked together to fuse their origin attacks precisely to prepare for this secret art. After all, Yu Tianwu had only just told the gods about this secret art. They had not even tried it yet. In addition, Lu Qinxin did not participate in this fusion. After all, the destiny god I had not fully recovered. If she participated, it might have the opposite effect. Kaboom! Within the dim and turbid mist of light, an enormous eye of nothingness could be vaguely seen. At this moment, the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods and fan universe began to tremble. Countless places in the world began to shatter. This is all we can do, the divine punishment God said through clenched teeth. It was extremely difficult for the 5 God eyes to use this secret art, and all of them were under enormous pressure. Moreover, this was the first time they used it, so the fusion was not very good. Deish! Boom! Boom! The enormous heavenly Tao God, I unleashed a terrifying wave of gray-white light. As it swept past the gold and silver head, the flames, earth, and destruction energies were stripped away layer by layer. In the end, even the energy of the ancient race gradually faded away. This is the power of the heavenly Tao, ancestral eye. The heavenly Lord's entire person changed. He was incomparably excited. His 3 eyes were wide open as he stared at the dark and turbid eye of nothingness. Buzz. BZZZ. The eye at the center of the Heaven Lord's brow twitched in excitement. Steel. The Heaven Lord roared. His heavenly Tao God I'm madly turning. An indescribable suction force erupted from the eye and engulfed the area in front of him. As they were both using heavenly Tao energy, he could naturally absorb it. Kaboom! The 5 gods found it difficult to control this energy for the first time, and the heavenly Tao energy leaking out of the heavenly Tao God eye was absorbed by the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God eye. The Heaven Lord gave a look of extreme enjoyment as he took in a deep breath. One had to realize that when he first formed the heavenly Tao God eye, it had taken him several battles and several years to become proficient in using the heavenly Tao God eye. As for the gods who were using the God eye fusion art for the first time, they naturally found it difficult to control heavenly Tao energy. The Heaven Lord used this chance to absorb a significant amount of heavenly Tao energy. Humph! The 5 God-eye deities noticed this and began to slowly grasp and control this energy. Of course, it wasn't just the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God eye that was stimulated. Down below, Zhao Feng's left eye felt a stabbing pain as an even more vast dream origin energy seethed within his God-eye dimension. Chapter 1564. The 5 God-eye deities used the God-eye fusion art to create an even more powerful heavenly Tao God-eye. Although it was more powerful, it was also more unstable. After all, The five gods had only used a secret art to activate this energy, but the Heaven Lord had fused with it permanently. Within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, everyone was shaken by this terrifying power. Heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon turned upside down, and the nearby world was already beyond recognition. A power even stronger than the Heaven Lord. The left protector's heart trembled. Inside the silver warship, Lu Qinxin and Yu Tianwu stared at the distant horizon. This is part of the power of the heavenly law ancestral eye. It should be able to deal with you, Tianshu. Yu Tianwu muttered. Lu Qinxin's destiny god I began to exude even more destiny energy under the influence of these two heavenly Tao god eyes, causing the energy of her destiny god I to grow stronger and stronger. It was clear that the two heavenly Tao god eyes had also affected Lu Qinxin. But even so, the birth of two heavenly Tao god eyes had shaken the fan universe and thrown the heavenly Tao into disarray. Her destiny god, I found it hard to predict anything. In the sky, the power of the heavenly law. The Heaven Lord was extremely excited, and the heavenly Tao eye on his forehead began to tremble. The power of the five sovereigns was incomparably familiar to him, and he desperately wanted to obtain it. Swallow. The Heaven Lord used his heavenly Tao God eye to absorb that unknown and powerful heavenly Tao God eye. This was the first time they had used this secret art, and the power was simply too great. It wasn't easy for the five hegemons to control it. The Heaven Lord used this chance to absorb the energy of the heavenly Tao God eye to strengthen himself. Rumble, the two forces of heavenly Tao did not exchange blows. It was just an invisible clash that caused the surroundings to darken. On the battlefield below, everyone was affected by an unparalleled power. They trembled in fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even the low-level experts had to prostrate themselves before this power. Go! God King Radiant Peak immediately ordered. The battle between the sovereigns was simply too terrifying. If they got too close, they wouldn't even know when they would be killed by the shockwaves. Retreat! On the other side of the battlefield, the left protector commanded everyone to stay away from the ruler-level battlefield. When the entire battlefield was far away, only Zhao Feng was left in the chaotic space. Zhao Feng stood in place, his left eye glowing even more brilliantly. Buzz, the spinning left eye released dreamy whirlpools of light that caused the nearby space to suddenly dissipate like mist. At this moment, the energy exuded by Zhao Feng's left eye made even God King, Radiant Peak, and the left protector fearful, not daring to recklessly approach. Brother Feng! Zhao Yufei couldn't help but cry out. Now that the battlefield had been evacuated, Zhao Feng still stood there as if he hadn't heard anything. There's no need to worry about him. Zhao Feng's ninth god, I, is about to truly appear. When the time comes, he'll probably be able to interfere in a battle between god-eye deities. God King Radiant Peak's surprised face was tinged with joy. In the distant void, the two heavenly Tao God eyes faced each other from a distance, causing space itself to crumble inch by inch, leaving behind nothing but nothingness. However, this void was still brimming with terrifying energy. Ordinary god, lords, would die if they approached. Sky Wrath, you control it. We'll support you. The space-time god called out. If all five of them tried to control that energy, it would only make things even more chaotic. Since that was the case, one person would control it while the others supported him. They could not allow the Heaven Lord to continue devouring heavenly Tao energy. They had not come to help the Heaven Lord, but to kill him. Okay. The others reached a consensus. After a few moments of exploration, the five gods smoothly took control of the heavenly Tao God Eye. The speed at which the Heaven Lord devoured heavenly Tao energy also slowed. Heaven Lord, your death has come. The divine punishment god roared. Above their heads, the turbid eye in the gloomy mist seemed to stare at the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God Eye. Victory isn't decided yet. The Heaven Lord's face darkened, a hint of madness appearing on his face. He had absorbed a significant amount of heavenly Tao energy just now, and he could sense that his heavenly Tao God I was even stronger than before. Although he was somewhat fearful of the heavenly Tao God I formed by the 5 God I deities, the Heaven Lord was confident that his control over heavenly Tao energy far surpassed theirs. Kill! The divine punishment God roared. Those turbid and blurry eyes emitted a soul-stirring power. Death, divine punishment, space-time, myriad forms, and other energies suddenly erupted. Humph! The Heaven Lord coldly snorted as he activated his heavenly Tao God Eye. Boom! Bang! A distorted, destructive light burst forth, containing a powerful force that could annihilate all laws of nature. In its path, the energy unleashed by the 5 God I deities rapidly vanished. The Heaven Lord had only discovered this energy after some time when he fused with the heavenly Tao God Eye. He was confident that the 5 God I deities did not know how to use it. As expected, the 5 God I deities could only use their heavenly Tao God Eye to unleash powerful attacks to block the Heaven Lord's energy. Boom! Bang! The heavenly Tao God Eye formed by the 5 God I deities was struck by a heavy blow and swayed. Large amounts of heavenly Tao origin surged out, causing the fan universe to tremble. Swallow! The Heaven Lord used his heavenly Tao God Eye to absorb this heavenly Tao energy. This scoundrel! The 5 God I deities grimaced. Although they had condensed heavenly Tao energy, they were unfamiliar with it, allowing the Heaven Lord to take advantage of it. But compared to familiarity with the heavenly Tao God Eye, the 5 God Eyes seemed to be much more efficient. Gradually, the 5 God Eye deities began to take control of the heavenly Tao God Eye. As expected of God Eyes, they're much faster at controlling this energy. The Heaven Lord became a little more cautious. Die! The 5 God Eye deities activated their heavenly Tao God Eyes, their dark and turbid eyes flashing as they unleashed waves of gray-white light that swept forward. Ancient divine fist! The Heaven Lord circulated his ancient race bloodline energy and unleashed a peerlessly powerful fist of energy, and then he used his heavenly Tao God Eye to amplify this power. This gold and silver fist of energy was imbued with wind, fire, lightning, and destruction. Boom! Bang! Crash! The 2 energies collided, stirring up a forbidden storm that surged forward. The 2 sides were fighting in the Qing Chestnut Zone. But at this moment, the Qing Chestnut Zone was crumbling and in chaos. Countless low-level star factions were devoured by this disaster, and the shockwaves of this storm were still spreading, affecting the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods. Broom! The battle between the 5 gods and the Heaven Lord continued. In the distance, only the God Kings of the Heaven-defying faction and God Eye Alliance could faintly see what was going on the battlefield. The rest could only hide behind their defensive barriers. Within the White Warship, good! The 5 God Eye deities are gradually gaining the upper hand. Lu Qinshin could clearly see what was going on with her Destiny God Eye. The power of the heavenly Tao God Eye formed by the 5 God Eye deities was definitely stronger than the Heaven Lord's. The Heaven Lord was only able to rely on his proficiency in using heavenly Tao energy to gain a slight advantage at the start, but that wasn't important. As the 5 God Eyes gradually gained control of this energy, the Heaven Lord began to fall into a disadvantageous position. Bang! A chaotic wave of gray-white energy shattered the Heaven Lord's attack and struck his body. In a flash, the Heaven Lord's body was almost obliterated, leaving only a tiny portion. Recover! The Heaven Lord pushed his samsara origin energy to its limit, allowing his body to rapidly recover. This scoundrel is truly difficult to deal with. The divine punishment God mentally sighed. Even if the 5 God Eyes combined their heavenly Tao energy, they would not be able to kill the Heaven Lord in a short amount of time. Although they had the advantage, the Heaven Lord was far too difficult to kill. Moreover, they could sense that the Heaven Lord was occasionally absorbing their heavenly Tao energy during the battle. The Heaven Lord also understood that his opponents were stronger than him, so he was relying on his ancient god-devil body and samsara immortal body to block their attacks while absorbing some heavenly Tao energy. By doing this, he would be able to reverse the situation. He can devour heavenly Tao energy. I wonder if we can also devour his heavenly Tao God Eye's energy? The Death God had this question in mind. The Heaven Lord was so powerful because his heavenly Tao God Eye was his greatest reliance. If they devoured the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God Eye's energy, what would the Heaven Lord be able to do? The 5 gods gradually began to grasp this technique. Devour! The 5 gods controlled the heavenly Tao God Eye and unleashed a terrifying suction force. All the surrounding energy was shattered, leaving only heavenly Tao energy to gather. You old fogies, stop looking down on me. The Heaven Lord immediately began to exert his strength, his heavenly Tao God Eye erupting with an equally powerful energy. This scoundrel was hiding his strength. The divine punishment god was secretly alarmed. As it turned out, the Heaven Lord was absorbing their heavenly Tao energy to strengthen his heavenly Tao God Eye. But the Heaven Lord had never fully displayed this power. He had been feigning weakness, hoping to absorb more heavenly Tao energy so that he could completely reverse the situation. The 5 gods were in turmoil when they sensed this. This Heaven Lord was far too scheming. One moment of carelessness, and they almost fell for his tricks. Kaboom! The 2 heavenly Tao God Eyes exploded with peerless energy as they began to absorb each other's heavenly Tao energy. In this contest of heavenly Tao energy, the fan universe shuddered. The zones around the green chestnut zone were all shattered as if the apocalypse was about to arrive. In this contest of heavenly Tao God Eye, Zhao Feng was the closest to this area. As time passed, the pain in Zhao Feng's left eye gradually lessened. But the God Eye's transformation was not over. Boundless dream origin energy surged out of the God Eye dimension. This surging dream origin energy surged out of Zhao Feng's left eye and transformed into a dazzling dream. But the contest of the heavenly Tao God Eye was far too frightening, so no one noticed this phenomenon. Is this the power of the dream God Eye? Zhao Feng was invigorated. This dream origin energy was not only affecting his left eye, but also permeating every part of Zhao Feng's body. At this moment, he felt like his left eye could unleash an incredible power at the level of a god. He even felt like he could do anything. But dream energy doesn't seem to have much offensive power. Zhao Feng began to think. Of course, even if it didn't have much offensive power, it could still be of enormous use. I wonder if I can repair an ancestral artifact. An astonishing thought emerged in Zhao Feng's mind. Repair an ancestral artifact. An ancestral artifact was born from the great Tao of the world and was unique. If even one piece was missing, it would never be complete. Zhao Feng didn't care too much. He just wanted to give it a try. As he circulated the power of realization, an intense thought formed in his mind. The dream origin energy in Zhao Feng's body was rapidly fading. As for the heaven ascension on his body, it was covered in a layer of dazzling colors. What's going on? Heaven ascendant's mind trembled. It sensed an extremely intimate and powerful energy acting on its body. Just as it was shocked and confused, Heaven Ascendant suddenly realized that its strength had soared to a new level. Ancestral artifact. Heaven Ascendant's mind was stunned. At this moment, it had recovered to the complete space ancestral artifact.